Another sound check from the bottom of the helix. With the bump, hit the bump.
And we're back. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the final session of the Northeastern Region's virtual convention, NERx. We have another great lineup of clinics and layout tours for you tonight. The Northeastern region encompasses all of New England, most of New York, and parts of New Jersey and Pennsylvania and the Eastern Canadian provinces. You can comment and ask questions in the comment and chat sections of YouTube and Facebook, and we will do our best to answer the questions at the end of each clinic. I hope you all have enjoyed the show so far. I'd like to take a moment here to thank Mini Prints for sponsoring this event. They will have a drawing. Actually, they've already had the drawing of their $50 voucher, and the winner was Michael S. Keniston, and they will be getting in touch with him about claiming his prize. All right, so our first program tonight is presented by a longtime member of the NMRA, and he has been involved with the Garden State Division as a director for 7 years and editor of the Whistle Post for 5 years. He is a member of many historical societies and is a founding member and former president of the Penn Central Railroad Historical Society. His HO modeling focuses on the Penn Central and the Central New Jersey in the early 1970s. With the exception of last year, monthly operating sessions have been held on his home layout for 20 years. Right? Join me now in welcoming Jim Homoki. Jim, take it away.
Thank you. I'll be talking about not just creating a timetable this evening, but a little bit of introduction about timetables, the resources that are available to create a timetable, what I did for my AP certificate for the chief dispatcher. You'll see what I prepared for that, and hopefully how you could do something like that also to get your AP certificate. And then we'll finish up with several examples that are a little more advanced with timetables, different things you could add to your timetable if you have one on your layout, things to make it a little more interesting. So we'll get right into it. Now, I was just thinking today that there may be some people, especially younger people, that are not familiar with timetables. Being in New Jersey, we have several rail transit lines, and near me there's 4 lines within half an hour, and I do take the train once in a while, so I'm fairly familiar with public timetables. But there could be a lot of people who aren't. This is a sample of timetables from my collection. It's a mix of employee timetables and public timetables. You see they come in all kinds of styles and varieties. The binding is different. Some have covers, plastic or other fancy printed covers. Some just on manila type paper. Right in the center is a typical NJ Transit timetable. It's pocket sized and they fold out. So there's many ways that you can really make a timetable that's unique to your layout. Now, there's a few things I want to just go over. 2 terms here that are used somewhat interchangeably, but they're not the same, where a timetable is basically a schedule, but a schedule is not a timetable. So schedules, a big point about schedules is they don't carry any authority. They're just the time. If you're waiting for a train, you wait for a train at the time the train's supposed to come. That's about it. That's what you would see in a public timetable. Now, all trains run on schedules, whether you know it or not, or they are fit into a schedule. And it's not necessarily just trains on that railroad. It could be connecting trains, passenger trains or freight trains. That connections need to be made, and they don't run randomly. If other trains need to fit in, such as maintenance or a spare rail car, they're fit into the schedule in some way. Trains just don't get loaded and put together and run. So for passengers, timetables provide 2 basic things. When trains depart and when trains arrive at whatever stations you're interested in. But for the railroad, timetables, and we'll be talking about employee timetables here, provide rules for the movement of trains. Now, that's basically a schedule with instructions, because employee timetables can have a lot of information in them. They are used in conjunction with rule books as well, and sometimes there's some overlap as to which book certain rules should be in. But we'll see some of that as we move on. So here's a freight schedule example. This looks like it's a timetable. In the top of it, we have leave and arrive times, and it all looks very precise. Talks about what the freight train is supposed to do at different locations along the route. In this case, it's a Penn Central schedule from about 1972 with a train that runs from Boston to Maybrook. And remember what I just said a few minutes ago, there's no authority here. This is just a schedule. It's a target. I imagine in some cases, some people could get some nasty calls if they miss their target, especially if there's connecting trains and they don't make those connections. But it's not an authority to run. Now, you may have something like this for your layout, and I did sheets for all my operators and my trains that explain what the train does and where it goes and where you're supposed to switch. Operators that have been around for a while pretty much know the routine, but when there's some new people on your layout, there's just not enough time to explain everything, and I find it better to write it down and then they can refer to it. And I just pulled out this public timetable. It's an old Pensy timetable from mid to late 1940s. And this is just trains on the Pensy east of Pittsburgh. And it's just amazing the number of trains on this. And also just about every train has a name as well, all named trains. Down at the bottom, pretty interesting also. For the various trains, it's talking about the special equipment that it carries, whether it's buffets or coaches and all the various cars that you would put into a train. So going back a bit, assembling prototypical freight trains could be quite a job. Now, if you're interested in timetables, it could be different reasons. Maybe you just want to get through the chief dispatcher certificate, but there's a lot of other reasons to consider timetables for a layout. They definitely add operational interest, I feel. To say a few words about that, for many years, I ran simply on a schedule with a sequence of trains. Mainly needed to make sure trains go in and out of staging appropriately and the layout doesn't get bogged down and also to keep people busy. But recently, I went to a timetable operation on the C and J half of my layout, and we've run a few sessions and I'm very happy with it. Now, if you just run trains in a sequence, a timetable adds formality to that. It's a little more what the prototype might do. Now, if your area doesn't have timetables typically, or you don't have passenger trains, this may not be so appropriate on your layout, but there's still some things you can do, which I'll talk about later. It adds an authenticity. If you're trying to model a prototype closely, then you almost have to have a timetable if that prototype had a timetable. Now, I'm stretching things a little bit. I have a timetable, and of course, the C and J had a timetable also. They ran many passenger trains, but the C and J did not have a timetable and train order system. And that's what I'm putting into my layout, and that's mostly for play values. That it's something I wanted to do on at least half of my layout. The Penn Central side will continue running trains in a sequence and more informally. Now, any layout can have a timetable developed for it. There's different benefits and maybe some drawbacks. And another point you need to consider is maybe you don't want rigid structured operations. Maybe you just want to lay out where maybe a friend comes over, you run trains a little bit, do some switching, and then when you get tired of it, you stop, and then you pick it up again some other time. And that's all okay. It's people like operating different ways. Now, if you have a really small layout, it may not improve your operations. I think a timetable is really neat in the way it structures interaction of trains as they go along their way. And unfortunately, a small layout may not have that kind of interaction that I think where the timetable kind of excels. Now, you need a method of keeping time. That's right in the name there, a timetable. Several ways to do that. And if you have passenger trains, a timetable is a better way to run them, I think, because passenger trains ran on a schedule and a timetable. Freight trains, not so much. You could put your freight trains on a timetable, but passenger trains really provide some good structure for them. Now, there's many resources to go to or available for you, and I'm going to go through some of the ones I think are most important. I'm not going to go into the detail of what each one is, but if you're not familiar with timetables, if you want to get to know more about it, then there's plenty here to look at. Starting off on the NMRA.org website, they have the Masters series of articles. And I think the Masters series is in for every one of the AP certs. Definitely read that, great information there. And on this one, there's also another article on the website discussing the requirements. Now, what's very important in those articles are the examples. There are many different ways to do a timetable. They're all basically a set of towns and distances and times, but the way you set it up and format it can be very different. There's the Bruce Chubb's classic book on how to operate your model railroad, long out of print, but they're available at places like eBay and at fairly reasonable prices. Lots and lots of information in there. The commercial magazines have articles now and then. I think one of the latest ones was in February 2019 RMC, but if you go back or have an index to look these up, you'll find more. JMRI is something I was not familiar with until fairly recently. New Jersey division had a clinic on using JMRI for creating a train chart. And I thought it was a really good way to do a train chart. I did not do mine on a computer. I did mine manually, which you'll see. But I think if I have to make any major changes, I'm going to move the whole thing onto JMRI. And of course, talk with friends. That is one of the best things about the NMRA is the people you meet or you can get to meet. And if you have any kind of meetings in your division, ask around a little bit and you'll probably find someone who has developed a timetable and hopefully even runs a timetable on their layout. A few months ago, building a timetable in 5 parts was advertised on the NMRA newsletter. Now, a lot of information in there. It's quite long, but that fellow talks about how he went about doing his timetables. And there's also convention clinic videos available. So you find that on the website when you hit the correct tab. It's hard to separate timetable operation and timetable operation from just developing a timetable. Because if you plan to use your timetable, you have to get into operations. And one of the best resources for operations is the OPSIG group. They have a great little magazine they put out, and they've also put out 2 books. First is out of print, but the second one up in the right corner there is still available on operations. A lot of neat, useful information in there. So for some more inspiration, if that wasn't enough, look at your prototype. Hopefully you'll have a prototype and if you do, you'll probably find it pretty interesting. Or maybe you want to go to another prototype if it's not interesting. So employee timetables are typically available either at shows or on places like eBay. You need to determine something like direction. Most railroads are east-west. Find out what your favorite railroad did. Find out about the train names, numbers, and symbols. That varied by railroad. And as a note, even numbered trains are typically eastbound. Then you have the formatting of the timetable. On NMRA.org, you'll see several examples that will discuss different things people have added to their timetables. Some read up and down, others read down for both the east and west direction. Some railroads include a lot of other information, such as stations that are manned or block towers that are manned, the hours that they are open, information such as water tanks. So trains would know right from the timetable where they could stop to get water. That certainly is not something you'd bother putting on a later era timetable. In the diesel era, they don't really care about that. But there's plenty of information, and your railroad may give you a couple of ideas of what you should include or maybe what you shouldn't include. Now, talking about the certificate a little bit, the basic requirements are a schematic drawing of the layout, and a timetable with 3 trains in each direction, and then a train chart and description. I'm not going to go into the hours and the system of operation. That would be a whole other clinic to do. So there's a few ways to do the schematic drawing of the layout. Because what you have to create is a schematic with mileposts on it and the stations appropriately placed. So basically you need the length of track between every station. What I did was run a train at a set speed and measure the time it took to go a distance, such as 10 feet. And then I ran that train around the layout, timing it as it passed every station. And then I just proportioned it out, and I got the distance of the length of track between every station. If your layout is a little more open, I have a number of hidden track areas, which would have made measuring it difficult. So if it's open, you can just put a ruler or tape measure on the layout and go around and directly measure the length of it. Or if you have a track plan drawn to scale already, then you can scale the distances between stations off of your track plan. 3 trains in each direction are needed, but it doesn't say what kind of trains you have to run. So that's entirely up to you. Developing a train chart and description, the train chart is probably the part that scares people a little bit. Once you really dig into timetables and the way they're put together, I don't think it's that scary. And reading, especially those articles on the website, should really help clear up the purpose of a train chart. And once you understand the purpose and how to go about creating it, then it's probably not so scary. Now, you probably hear the part about not making things more difficult than it needs to be for just about every certificate. And it's true for this one also. Now, one thing you don't have to do on this is prove that it works. There's certain steps and there's certain checks that the reviewer will make to see that everything fits together, but you don't have to completely reconfigure your layout and run a timetable session to prove that your timetable works. And no one's going to come down and measure the distance between your stations or anything like that. So although you need a real layout, the timetable is still theoretical. You don't have to implement it, although you do need to talk about a system of operations. Now, if you develop a timetable and you cheat on it, you're going to have big problems, because as soon as you start running, the places you maybe didn't pay enough attention to, or maybe guessed at a length of track without measuring it, they're going to come up as problems. Trains are either going to arrive sooner or later than they should. And when you do your chart, you're only cheating yourself with the chart if you don't do it accurately. So this is really about learning the steps and understanding timetables and understanding how to create timetables. The operating part is separate, other than the write-up where you just have to describe the operating system for layout. So this is what I submitted. This was probably just under 2 years ago. It's my schematic drawing. A computer is not needed. I did type up the top part, but the bottom part is just done on some graph paper. It has all the critical elements that you need. Mileposts set up. I happen to have Jersey City as my 0. It could be a segment of a layout. If it's a very large layout, it doesn't have to be everything. If you're doing a club layout, the layout might be huge. And in fact, this is only the C and J part of my layout. You might see there in the center of the page, Penn Central connection there. Penn Central part of the layout's a little bit smaller, but I didn't even include that because this met all the requirements of creating a timetable. So you have stations, you do have to label your directions and describe where the trains are coming from and where they're going to. This is the timetable I put together for it. This is more complicated than you would need to do. But I did it like this because these were the trains I was already running. So it wasn't that hard to take the train sequence I was using and put that information into a timetable. We just had to space out the stations and then create times. If you're doing this from scratch completely, this will take more thought because you need to think a lot more about where trains come from and where they go to, and space them out as well over the 8-hour period that is required for this. What is a little more complicated, I'll point out, starting on the left side, I have a train that originates at Newark, but then the next train, 635, originates in Jersey City and then skips the section of track on Penn Central. And you also see at the bottom of those first 2 columns that they actually terminate at different locations. So this is a lot more than is required, but it wasn't that difficult for me. So just don't make it hard on yourself if you're not familiar with something like this. Now, I also added several notes that were typical to C and J timetables, and they're directly underneath the L for leaving ahead of schedule and deadhead train and what's not a regular stop. So often on timetables, you have stations, but they're not passenger stations. So any point on the railroad can be called a station, and that's why they're on here. And I also added an employee stop. We'll see an example of that towards the end with some of the ways you can enhance a timetable. I have a location that I call Elmora at Newark Bay Bridge, and certain trains stop there for employees. Then on the very bottom, I have notes. So the notes, partly for me and partly to explain to the reviewer how I came up with this and what these trains mean. So my setup for this was a 3-to-1 fast clock. And number 2 is what I mentioned, that I did trial times between stations. And then the equipment below that, just explaining what they are. And another item about this is this particular page is set up where westbound reads down and eastbound reads up. But this is done different ways on different railroads. Public timetables tend to read down. that most people don't like reading up on something like this, but how you set it up can either depend on your favorite railroad or just how you like it. This is my train chart that I submitted. So we have time along the bottom. We have 8 hours. I guess it's actually 9 hours spread out. And your mileposts on the left side. And I have my passenger trains, my 3 trains in each direction, but I also put in some freight trains. And this wasn't hard for me because I was running these already in a sequence, so I just put it onto the chart here. And in fact, I already had a train chart developed to track my trains because I ran them in informal verbal dispatching, and the train chart helped me keep track of everything. We were not running on a clock; it was just in sequence. And train charts are a great way to figure out where you are in a schedule, especially when you have limited staging at each end, where certain trains have to leave before other trains arrive. Something like this is just a great tool. If you haven't seen any of these before, horizontal lines are where a train is stopped, and where 2 different lines cross, they have to cross at a horizontal location. And well, for a single track line, I'm talking about. If you had a 2-track main line, it would be different. But for a single track line, they would cross somewhere with a horizontal line where at least one train was there and waiting for the other. All right, there's a whole another group of considerations when you're going to move beyond just the exercise of creating a timetable for the AP and actually using it on your layout. And people who use timetables on their layout are probably aware of this. They probably run into a number of problems and solve them over time. One of the biggest I found in the sessions I've run so far is figuring out the time that freights will be at stations, because even though the freights run as extras, only the passenger trains are on a timetable schedule. You have to be close with the freight because everything will get thrown off. I don't have unlimited staging, and I still have to get certain trains out before other trains come in. And if a train is just out on the layout the entire evening, then I've got really big problems. The whole thing will come to a grinding halt. So your operator experience plays into this. And I would say, whatever you think you could switch a location at time-wise, add 50% to it, because you may have a few operators that do it really well, but you'll probably have a lot of newer or first-time operators that are not that familiar with that location, and they'll take a lot longer. So give yourself a break, I would say, and give them plenty of time to do that switching. Now you have to think about how time will be controlled. Running in a sequence wasn't too bad. We could slow down the pace, just verbally tell a train to wait. It's not too hard to do. But timetable means you need to keep track of time. So clocks or phones, both good ways to do it. I set up clocks on my layout, and because it's early 1970s era, I use analog clocks, not digital. So it's a little more in keeping. And for communication, I also set up phones at towers along the way. Now, fast clocks, pretty neat. There's all kinds of ratios that could be used. I'm using a 1-to-2 ratio. I think that works pretty well for me for what I've put together. But it's really whatever works best for your layout, the number of trains, and the lengths of runs that you have. So communication, very important. the dispatcher or whoever plays the role of keeping track of trains has to have some way to communicate with crews. If it's a big layout, simply shouting will get old fast. So you may want to consider on larger layouts some kind of phone or radio system. And you have the written timetable, which I think is actually a pretty fun part. It takes a lot of time to do well, I feel, but it's where you can put a personal touch on your timetable and your layout, and it's a pretty neat tool to hand out to your operators, and you could do it totally freelance or follow your favorite railroad. Now you have to have some rules. You just can't, people just can't show up and run trains. But don't make the rules too intense or overwhelming. Unfortunately, what you find is that people either not going to read them or not going to remember them. And I don't mean everybody, but it won't take too many people to mess things up if you have several pages of very specific rules that need to be followed. Now, if you really want to do things exactly like the prototype, then that's fine, but that may also require a certain type of crew that will enjoy doing it. So train descriptions, you're going to have to tell people what it is they're running and what they're supposed to be doing with their trains. I mentioned before that I put train descriptions together and I put them all in the booklet. It's a little too detailed to hand out to everybody, but the trains themselves have little cheat sheet cards the same size as the waybill card that have the most critical information, but then the detailed information is available away from the layout, and they can look at that before they start their runs. Now, you need to make it interesting, I feel. You could put together a layout and a timetable that exactly follows a prototype, but it may not be that interesting operationally. There could be too much downtime, something like that. Maybe it doesn't meet the, or create the action that you want with interchange with other railroads and trains passing. Now, certainly if you have a single track line, you want to get some kind of passing sidings in there. Just running the train from one end to the other, even if it's on a timetable, is not very interesting. What the interesting part is if you have to get out of the way when there's a superior train coming, you need to make some other decisions. That's all part of the game when you get into the operations and using a timetable. So this is what I currently have on my layout. I used 8.5 by 11 sheets for convenience, folded in half. They can fit in the back pocket. So on the left side is the front and back page. You can see the schematic is fairly large. I've expanded my layout since I did the AP paperwork. And then I kept the rules to one page. So when you open it up, pages 2 and 3 will be the rules. I would like to have more rules on here, and I may have to cram in 1 or 2 more, but I don't want to make the print too small, and I don't want to overwhelm anybody with rules that they're not going to remember. And the center of it is on the left, and this is the heart of the timetable. You can see what I did was break it up from my AP paperwork. I also have 4 trains in each direction where I only used a minimum of 3 for the AP. And I'm running both east and west from top down. So that was just my preference. If I was able to, maybe avoid the staple in the center that I think you can see there. I might do the left westward reading down and the right side eastward reading up, but I just decided to split it. I also don't have symbols on here. A lot of timetables have symbols on them. C and J did not have symbols, so I did not put different symbols like stars and triangles and other things. But what I did do was change the typeface So I have regular vertical, I have bold, and I have italic. Now I also have some more notes down here, which you saw before. One train stops to discharge passengers only. That would be a Reading train, because the Reading ran on the C and J up into Jersey City and then Newark. So I incorporated a Reading train here, and that's what the Reading trains did at Bound Brook. I do have train registers, they're noted in bold. And if you have sections of the railroad or branches of the railroad that don't have any trains on it, you still need to provide a list of stations and mileposts. Just because there's no scheduled trains doesn't mean you shouldn't have a listing of this very important information, because extras on it we need to refer to the locations and the mileposts. On the right side, this closely replicates what C&J had for their freight trains, and clearly states up on top that these trains run extra. So I don't run all these trains, but I run several of them, and I put this together to look as close to what the C&J had in their timetables as I could. Even though one's east and one's west, the stations listed across the top are not the same, which is kind of interesting, the way they did that. And this is my current train chart. So maybe someday I'll put it onto JMRI, but after several iterations, I came up with this. Looks somewhat complex, but not to me anymore since I did it. But once you get used to using a train chart as a tool, and one of the guys who serves as my dispatcher really likes using this. He finds it very handy to track where the trains are. Now, one of the considerations in spacing out your trains is how are you going to keep people busy? And although this looks somewhat like a mess of lines up and down, it's spaced out so I can run C and J with 3 different engineers, that I don't need a fourth. If everything runs on or close to schedule, I won't need a fourth engineer. And the weight between trains is not much. So I won't really go into explaining that, but it's part of putting together an enjoyable operating session, that you really don't want to have trains for 5 people in the beginning, and then the second half of the session have trains for 2 people. You want to figure out a way to balance out your trains, yet you're also going to have to balance out your staging as well, and make sure that trains can come and go from where they need to. I'll also note that this is stretched out with the 2-to-1 fast clock. So I go from 7 a.m., you see that along the bottom of 7 to 4 p.m. And I now operate in 2 sessions of about 3 hours apiece because of the number of trains that I run, and with the extended main line, the time it takes to run them. So here's some other thoughts on trains. I'm modeling a fairly modern era in the early 70s, where the C&J and a lot of railroads did not have a lot of classes of trains. So you can break that into classes, first, second, and more, in fact. There is a C&J timetable from the late 60s, and I believe they used this to some point in the 70s, where they had a group of 3 fourth-class freight trains. And there's a story to that a former employee told me about, but it has to do with avoiding train orders on regularly scheduled runs, and they're sequenced in a way to meet an extra train that was coming down south from Jersey City to this area, South Jersey. So even fourth class you can have. Deadheading, which basically means no passengers, some kind of move. That could either be a maintenance move or just a regular scheduled move. Mail and Express has no passengers, so you can schedule those types of trains as well, especially for a layout that may not have a lot of stations. That might work for you. And other instructions mentioned employee stops, and then you have connections. And freight trains can be scheduled as well if you don't have passenger trains on your line, but there is an alternative to that. Maybe you have a way that you can run an Amtrak or something over your modern line to fit in some of that action and keep your freight crews on their toes. I'll go through a few examples here. This is from the New York and Long Branch, 1969. The New York and Long Branch was jointly owned by PC and C&J, so it had no equipment of its own. Ran from the Raritan River down to Bayhead. So what's interesting about this is, since there aren't any actual New York and Long Branch trains, they're either PC or they're C&J trains, and that's noted across the top, followed by the train number. And then this one has the frequency with the exceptions. And they're nice on this one by noting what is MU. So you see a few trains that are noted as MU, and they ended at South Amboy. That at the time, this was the end of the electrification, the old Pennsy electrification. So that's one way to set up a timetable. And we have this C&J timetable from '74. Now, a big difference is that where the previous one was in AM and PM, this one is on a 24-hour clock. So you see HRS listed there underneath the train numbers. They preferred to use the 24-hour type time to track these trains. Yeah. Now, C&J also liked to put an S at the stations. You'll see that there's many stations here, but not everyone has an S. A fewer towers or other kind of interlocking locations. Now there's some interesting notes on the bottom of this, which is why I chose this one. So we have a deadhead move. Train 897 will not carry revenue passengers. And in the timetable, it says see the note down at the bottom, that's circled in red. And a really interesting one circled in blue, where the westward train is superior by direction to an even number train, which is an eastward train. So why do they do this? Well, you see not many trains run all the way out to Phillipsburg, which is the station way down at the bottom, end of the line at the time. So 5713 ran out to Phillipsburg. On the next page, you would see that there's a 25-minute layover. Then it became 5726 and it ran east. So if for some reason 5713 is running late, by timetable, 5713 will have to clear the track and get out of the way for 5726. But 5726 doesn't exist until 5713 arrives at Phillipsburg. It's the same equipment, different trains. So that train orders don't have to be written, or other systems used to get the train to Phillipsburg, because C&J had a somewhat complex way of running trains west of Raritan. It was double track at one time, and it went to single track. That by making the westward train superior to the eastward, it doesn't have to wait for a train that doesn't yet exist. And there's one more, actually two more on this one. One more on this one, the employee stop. So this 5713 also stops at the Raritan Engine Terminal. NJ Transit has employees stop today at their Meadows Maintenance Facility. Trains actually stop quite frequently there. And the last one I want to note, it's not shown here, but you could have a company stop for your passenger trains. And they have a stop at Calco, which was in Bridgewater, and it was a very large company, Calco Chemical, and owned by American Cyanamid. Yeah. For those who might know the area, it's now the location of the Bridgewater station. Okay, here's a Lehigh Valley timetable from '68. And if you know the Lehigh Valley, you may know they didn't run any passenger trains. And in fact, they stopped sometime around 1961, I believe. But this Lehigh Valley timetable has passenger trains. So this is an example that if you have a freight railroad, there's still some way you can get passenger trains running on it. What happened here is when C&J's Jersey City terminal was abandoned in 1967, the trains were routed over the Lehigh Valley and Penn Central into Newark. And Reading also ran on the C&J out to Jersey City. So across the top, you'll see mostly C&J trains, but also a couple of Reading trains. And because there were only 3 stations on this, they turned the page here within the timetable, and it's in more of a horizontal format. This is our last example. So something went wrong in your printing. Maybe you decide to make a change. Maybe you plain old messed up. What do? You put all this work into printing up, binding your timetables, and you need to make a change. Well, do what the prototype did. There's no need to go through and reprint everything. This New York and Long Branch example is a change to a timetable, and the cover tells you exactly what it is, supplement number 3, and it's on colored paper. And the right side with the trains that have changes, you can't see it here, but that paper is actually perforated. So just like rule book changes that the railroads had, you can tear out these individual strips and paste them into your timetable without having to issue a new timetable. This one happens to be a pink color, but yellow or salmon colors, they would all be appropriate to use. My presentation, and if there are any questions, maybe we have a few minutes to address them.
Thank you, Jim. We have one question here. When did timetables start? I am starting to model post-Civil War. Did they have timetables then?
Let's see. I'm not the best person to answer that. I believe they did, but I think what you still had was the problem of what standard time is back then. So by railroad, and in fact, I'll probably misspeak, but I thought U.S. military railroad went very far in advancing the use of timetables.
Okay, how did you measure the distance, whether in time or distance, of your track between stations?
Yeah, so I measured in time. Picked out a good locomotive to run over a stretch of track, one that's not going to slow uphill or speed up downhill. Timed it with a stopwatch and just ran it from station to station and proportioned it out from there.
Okay. Another viewer says all the—
I also checked the total too. So if you do it in little bits and pieces between your stations, you want to make sure that the total works out as well. That's your check for it.
Okay, another viewer says all of the lines on your train chart appear to have the same angle. Does that mean all trains operate at the same speed, passenger or freight?
Essentially, yes. If you're going to run a real slow local freight and run a high-speed passenger train, I don't have any high-speed passenger trains, but Metroliner or 79-mile-an-hour Amtrak or something, you should definitely have different slopes. But also what I found in practice is that operators run their trains at pretty much the same maximum speed, which is slow. So there's not a lot of difference between what a passenger train is running and a freight train is running. A little bit, but really negligible with in the overall big picture. So that's why I made them the same. But yeah, they should be different for trains that are going to be running at different speeds.
Mhm. Okay, and what was your source for fast clocks and phones, and was it difficult to install a phone system?
Yeah, fast clocks, I used the mechanism from Mike Dodd. And you do a little search, you'll come up with his name. He has, he did an article in MR some years ago, and you should be able to get his website. And they really weren't that hard to convert. I just got several cheap clocks, and the heart of it is his controller, and it's completely settable to, I don't know what he's up to, 17 different fast times. So there's sure to be something there that works for you. And for the phones, I use the setups from Seth Newman. And that worked really well. Several guys I know in New Jersey here operate with his phone system. And Seth was great to help with a few things on it. And once you figure out how to set it up, it went pretty well. I think that is Model Railroad Control Systems. Is that the right name? Yeah, that is it.
All right. And finally, are there certain rules that are a must for your timetable?
Yes. Number one is the basic superiority rules. So you have superiority by direction, and then you have superiority by class. So if something has to be superior to other trains, and basically I'm talking about a single track main with passing sidings. If you have a 2-track main, this gets a lot simpler in figuring all this out. But I think you lose a lot of that operational interest by not having meets, because trains will just pass each other. It becomes a little too simple. So those two things are essential, and you can get into second class and third class, but I just have scheduled and I have extras. And then with those two rules, by direction and by class, so a scheduled train is superior to an extra, and that pretty much covers it, because there's only so many trains we can pack into our layouts. Also, maybe a big layout can do a lot more, but I can't.
Well, that was very informative, Jim. I know I used to be a professional railroader myself, and I didn't realize until I went to work for the railroad how important those timetables are, and the difference between employee timetables and the public timetables. So you've given us a good look at the timetables and how they work, and thank you very much. It was most appreciated and very informative.
All right, thank you. I enjoyed it.
Okay. Roger. All right, our next item up is going to be the showcase. So take it away.
This looks like a great place to insert part 4 of the NERx Model Showcase.
Jim,
One of the newest master model railroaders in the NER is Ed O'Rourke of the Central New York Division. Ed recently added scenery to the Plainville, Connecticut area of his layout. Ed also scratch-built a converted troop sleeper and wood baggage car in HO scale for the NMRA Achievement Program. Ed also printed decals from the artwork available on the nerx.org website to decorate a reefer car kit with the NERx reporting marks. John Gillespie of the Sunrise Trail Division constructed this HO-scale wood water tank by Walther's Cornerstone. John encountered challenges building the waterspout, frost box, and bracing. But John prevailed, displaying the finished model on his layout. Bob Mitchell from the Metro North Division submitted photos for 2 S-scale models. This model is the Booty Corner Kit from Bar Mills. Here is a close-up of one area of the model. The second model submitted by Bob is a Scale Structures Limited kit of the Dinky Creek Bridge. The kit has a pile of sticks, passel of castings, beautiful drawings, and brief directions. It is an HO kit, and Bob chose to build it in SN3, which required only a small adjustment in the width between the uprights. According to Bob, this is the most compelling, engaging, and challenging wood bridge kit, hands down. The smartest thing Bob did was swap the metal NBW castings for Tichy plastic ones. It's a challenge to get paint to adhere to the kit's metal ones. The next 2 models were built in O-scale by Jim Gore, a master model railroader from the Seacoast Division. The first is a branch coaling station based on a Santa Fe prototype in Newton, Kansas, using drawings from an old issue of RMC. This model was to have been a Modeling with the Masters project for the Santa Clara Convention this year. Instead, it will be a Modeling with the Masters project for the St. Louis National Convention in 2022. Jim's second model is the El Dorado bookstore to be installed in the town of Pajarito, New Mexico on his layout. El Dorado Bookstore is an homage to Jim's first model railroading buddy, who he met 60 years ago, a retired concert pianist and piano repairman. The model is a slightly modified Stony Creek structure with a lighted cardstock interior and card and resin Model T. The next series of photos are of 3 different models of the same locomotive, Dinky, each reflecting a different paint scheme during its life. The models were built in HO scale by Jeff Hankey of the Nutmeg Division. This is the first phase of the Dinky in Chesapeake and Ohio colors. It is the oldest locomotive on the Chessie System roster and the only one with a 5-digit number. This is the second phase in Chessie System colors. It is the only Chessie locomotive with the Chessie logo on both ends instead of just the front. This is the third phase of the Dinky in CSX colors. It is currently being preserved at the B&O Railroad Museum in Baltimore. That ends the NERx model showcase for this convention. The NERx team thanks everyone that shared their work.
All right. Our next presenter has a DCC point-to-point HO scale layout set in the autumn of the early 1960s in a 15 by 16 foot room. He favors the Erie Lackawanna and enjoys the transition era paint schemes. Since the MSNK is owned by the EL as a bridge route, you will see EL equipment around the railroad. They use the MRC Prodigy Advanced System and use JMRI's Operation Pro for operation. I'd like to introduce Tom Wharton. Tom, take it away.
Thank you very much. All right, welcome to the MSNK. As he introduced me, we gave you the basics for it. Here's a quick shot of the middle of the layout. And before I go into any of the big detail, everybody always asks me for stats. Okay, the layout measures, as you heard, 15 by 16. It's a wraparound point to point. We use Operations Pro from JMRI. The layout uses code 100, 83, 75, 70, and 55 rail. You don't put iron where you don't need it, I was once told. We have 22 industries served by the railroad. The name came from my family, Maureen, Stephen, and Christy, thus the MSNK. The layout is built on half-inch insulation board with quarter-inch plywood glued to the underside. Extruded foam is used throughout. As you heard, I do use the MRC Prodigy Advanced System, and I do like the transition era, and the era is the 1960s. The railroad, I can tell you, was not finished, and there's always something being added from time to time, and that's probably typical of every railroad you visit. Things I don't know. I don't know how many screws I used. I don't know how much plaster, glue, or foam, but I can tell you I use Elmer's glue throughout, straight and diluted. Rarely have I used any other type of glue. I have no idea how much wire I've installed, all the gauges, but there's been 14, 18, 22, 24, 28, and 30 gauge somewhere in the layout. I don't know how many miles are on the railroad. I don't even know how much lumber I used. There's 2x3s, 1x2s, 1x3s, and 1x4. But I do enjoy the layout. These questions always seem to come up when I was on layout tours. People would want to know, how much would you use? How many nails? I don't get why, but that's why I just answered the question. I don't know. Now on to my railroad. Why am I not? Okay, we just came to a giant stop, and I don't know why. I am. No. No. That I did. Nothing. I'm even trying control. Oh, here we go. Seem to have opened up. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. We had a technical glitch on my end, I assume. All right, this is the railroad headquarters, the town of Kensington. One small piece of it. It's an elevated section, which you'll see soon. Here's the other end of it. And the railroad goes under it. Actually just goes to a mirror, but it looks very realistic. Here's a backup view. You can see the town wrap around. The tracks to your right will go to the freight yard and engine facilities. To the left will go to the railroad. Here we are in the engine facilities and yard. All the way down the end, you can see the engine house. Various shots, you get an idea of what I did. This is a little video I have of the engine facilities. I had real issues with my movie camera, sadly, so that's why this is a PowerPoint presentation and not a complete video. camera kept cutting out on me, and I don't know why. It ended up in the garbage can. Okay, this is the end of the layout, the very end, looking towards the town of Kensington. Engine facilities are steam powered, as you can tell, and they still get coal deliveries. Okay, here we are at the extreme left of Kensington, and we're about to leave the town. This whole area is still being worked on. That's why I said the layout's never finished. I'll put something in, change it, rearrange it. As we cross over the rest of the railroad, we go into a hidden tunnel, which is covered by Banana Chemical Company. I had to have some way of obscuring the entrance into the scenic divider. The other end coming out goes into the town of Westfield, and it has a mountain, has a tunnel through it. It looks very realistic on the other end, because I'm not trying to hide any kind of tunnel portal. You'll see a block signal. They're all operational on my layout, and they only operate by the tortoises. There's no complicated computer consisting or operations like that. If the turnout's thrown against you, you'll get a red light, and you will derail if you run it. Very simple. I try to keep everything simple. Okay, as we come down the line, we can look at the town of Westfield. The tunnel leads into the town of Arkham, a fictitious layout town on another friend's layout who recently passed away. But there's another little piece of the town. As we move down the track, you'll see some more of the town of Westfield. It's relatively small, but I try to keep it, very busy, very compact. And here we are at the biggest town square there is. That's the smallest city park in the world. I had to have something to divide the huge street I was ended up with, and I thought a park would be perfect. As we go through one of the streets coming off of that park, it's called Little Street. It has very little neighbors in it with two little houses. And I keep them busy, and it appears that one neighbor is not happy with the other here doing some kind of work. And as we come down the end of Main Street to the left, we can see a Tupperware party taking place in the local house. Never seen so many women gathered in one place in my life. Okay, here's a backup view of the town. You can see we're going to go over bridges. We're going to go into another town soon. The scenic divider is what I'm using to divide it, because like I said, I did cram a lot in here. Okay, and here's a little video of it. Like I said, I had problems with the camera. I do apologize for that. Next one, I'll have a better camera. Okay, entering the town of Mohawk. Here is the station that would be receiving. It mainly receives commuters for the areas that work behind us. That's where keeping, mostly businesses there. This is Donna's Wild Rabbit Stew Cafe. They'll cook any kind of rabbit you want, any burnt, clean, they don't care. Whatever you want, they'll cook it. As we come around down the hill past the station, we end up next to Matthews Vacuum Cleaner Company. And behind that, it's Agostino's Legal Lubricants. The slogan for Matthews Vacuum is, if it really sucks, it's a Matthews. Coming around the corner, here's another view. You can see more stuff in, and there's a little video here. You can see the problems I had with the camera. And there's no sound. But it still gives you an overall view of where things are situated in the town of Mohawk. Okay, now here we are coming down the hill, and we just do this again. Okay, here is the big area called Big Curve out here, and the train inside goes to the town of Mohawk. And a little video we have for you. Local tire repair shop. I don't even know. Okay. Next, we're going to move over to the side view of Matthews Vacuum Cleaner Company. We're not very environmentally impacted here yet, so we still do whatever we want. Overview of more videos, looking down on everything. This might be the world's shortest video. That's the Taylor Tool Company. Their motto is, if it makes a lot of noise, it must be a Taylor. It was a late friend of mine who had a lot of power tools, and it's in honor of him. I've got it twice. Coming around, going between the industries, you have the Matthews vacuum on the left, Taylor on the right. And here we are looking down the street towards Agostino's Legal Lubricants and the local pallet supply. Okay, here we are about to leave Mohawk. In front of you is the Mohawk Tower, which was made for a good friend of mine, Tom Griffiths, from the New Jersey division. On the left is 2 3-way turnouts. Operators get confused with 3-way turnouts when they can't look down upon them, so I had to add indicator lights. Where other 3-way turnouts on the layout are fine because you can look down on them. But under a bridge made it difficult for some of them. The track on the left will take you into Lower Westfield, the low end of the town you saw earlier. Okay, coming around from the cut, we're going to enter the lower section of Westfield. And here is the Westfield freight station. And behind it, you can see the track we were on earlier. And behind it is the upper portion of Westfield. As we come along, we're going along tracks. And on the right is Russo Coal, the only coal dealer on the whole island. The left will take you into rest of Salem. Now, here is the coal facilities here. And our little trainer will be passing it.
Last industry on the layout is Gennard Shipping.
That wasn't supposed to be there. Thank you. Okay, the big industry here is Russo Coal. It's totally scratch built. It did get a merit award. A lot of prototypical stuff came out of different areas for it. And I happen to like the way it looks a lot. The coal is actually piles made out of styrofoam, glued them in place, and then literally using a funnel, fed the coal down on top of the foam, which was painted in white glue, my favorite glue, until I had it completely saturated. Then I let it dry. 2 days later, I came by and I sprayed the coal piles with diluted glue, about 50%. And again, I poured more coal down through the trestle as if I was a hopper car using a funnel to make my piles of coal. I continued to do this until there was no foam at all showing, and it had a little spillage in the front. That to me represented actual coal piles coming down, so they'd be prototypical in shape. I actually have 2 different types of coal, and the third bin you can't see behind the tree is gravel. So I did enjoy making this. I had a lot of fun doing it. Okay, here's the other side of Russo Coal. You can see the piles of coal between their dividers. You can see the actual office and the trucks backing in and stuff like that. Okay, here's a close-up of Chris's tire repair. We saw that earlier in the video. And the train continues on. As you saw, the lower bridge will take you to Big Curve, the upper bridge back into Mohawk. But this time we're going to be on a lower bridge. A little video for you as the train crosses. And now we're coming around Big Curve. All it is a big curved track. Again, the block signals work, but we had to give it a name, and there was actually a station going in eventually. All my operators called it Big Curve. So that's what I'm sticking with. That's a big curve. Okay, now we're on the outside track, passing the station for Big Curve. The same tower we were on last time, but now we're on the outer track. And that's going to take us through the signal into to Northfield, excuse me. But you'll notice there's a block signal. That block signal is one of the most important on the layout because as we go by, hidden in the curve is the turnout for my interchange. And that will be against you if that light is red. If you go in there, you will derail it. And you'll hear all kinds of new words because to get everybody out of there if there's a derailment is not an easy task. When the light is green, you can freely move right into Northport with no problem at all. Okay, you can see as the tracks go by, the red arrow is pointing to the track that goes to my hidden interchange. Okay, that's the one we're trying to avoid derailing on the turnout, which, as you can tell, I put it in a really great place. I have no way of getting at it unless I crawl under the table. So not happy about it at all. I don't want anybody derailing there. Okay, as we come through the other tunnel portal, we come into the town of Northfield. The bridge was actually a broken tunnel portal I had. I was going to toss it, and I thought the paint job on it was just too good to throw away. So I turned it into a bridge. Here we are coming down into Northport, and we have Neufeld Signal, the first industry we come to. And speaking of signal, you'll see here one that presents the interchange going the other way. Okay, right now it's green because we came in on it. But this one only has a yellow, which tells you you're going to go into the interchange, or green, you're going to stay on the main. From here, there is a lot of interchange switching, so a red wouldn't work, so I wanted it to be yellow. Here's a quick look at the LJ interchange named after my grandchildren, Leah and James. I use the LED lighting under it. It's regular stock code, 100 track Atlas, nothing fancy. It only has to be for storage. I put trains in, take trains out. Nothing complicated about it. When you begin your run, you're probably going to come out of here. When you end your run, you may very well end up back in here. No big deal on how that happens, as long as you get here with the loads you're supposed to have. Okay, look on out from the outside, you'll see it's located under the town of Kensington. It actually wraps around and actually comes around the whole layout if I have to put a very long train in there, which I don't like to do. Okay, here's the very end of a long line, and I sometimes do feed cars on here. That's why the re-railer is there. But this takes you towards the center of the interchange, which again is under the town of Kensington, and right above us would be the engine house. Okay, now we're going to head into Northport now. We have Adder Electronics, famous maker of Static Man, a very good friend of mine who showed me a lot of fun things with model railroading. So I honor Bob by doing this little building for him. Okay, the next shot is Bare Thread. Always keep your threads bare, named after my son, because when he was little, he used to run around the house growling. We called him Bear. So I wanted to keep that going. It's another shot of Bare Thread, a little better view, and there's actually a little video here. Again, I apologize. The sound is all screwed up. By the way, all the backdrops you see from all the streets going into the wall, I made up on Photoshop by just taking pictures from towns all over the world and putting them together the way I wanted them to look. And here, that video. Then we come to Connery's Comstock. He's a friend of mine in California. He's an MMR that has really helped me a lot with a lot of hints and help. And his railroad, he has from the mother lode to the Comstock. So if you can have chicken stock, beef stock, we can have Comstock. And the factory is named after my friend Dave. Grenard shipping at the very end of Northport is theoretically supposed to be on a pier. It's supposed to be sticking out. It's a shipping line. They'll take anything in and anything out. Now, okay, another little video here. This is the Walters scene building, which I split in half and used the back of it. Never used the front.
Last industry on the layout is Gennard.
Oops. And while we were looking, you may have noticed in Kensington, there was a little float bridge here. The float bridge is because there's another town in the layout that I couldn't physically connect to the layout. I don't like helices. I don't like all kinds of ways of doing silly things. So I decided car floats. And the car float, when you get on it, will take you, just give you a real quick look of it here. This also was a Merit Award winner. All the way over into the town of Salem, which is the last industry on the layout. Cars would come off here and work industries here, very similar to the 28th Street yards of Manhattan, but this is my version of it because I didn't have that kind of side to work with. This entire section of the layout is on wheels because behind those doors, behind it are my boiler and my hot water heater. So that needs to be moved around so I can get in and out of there. All the backdrops are buildings and building kits that I had left over. I chopped up for other reasons. And most of the buildings on here are using the Walters sides and parts and buildings to make your own building. So I was able to make them as wide as I wanted them. Some of the buildings have interesting names, like you saw Gross Medical. We have Warmer Ice. We have Open Packaging. We have Dilly Dilly Interesting and Straight Storage. Again, these backdrops are just photographs that I took from different places, different products I'd bought, and turned them into paper and glued them back on my backdrops. Here's some scenes looking up the street. Remember, this is only about 14 inches wide. So getting a down view is kind of difficult. So I gave you some of these to look at. Here's Pickles Produce. My daughter loves pickles, and we always called her that when she was little. So how can I not use that name? Here's a little video for you. Try to give you a little better view of the railroad. Fuchs Paint Company, 65 Shades of Orange. If you knew Roy Fuchs, you'd know what I'm talking about. And this is Dilly Dilly Enterprises. There's your Warmer Refrigeration and Open Packaging. That 45-ton switcher does all the work here. Nobody else does any work here but that. And actually, we nicknamed it the Rocket because of the speed it operates on. It does a very good job, too. Have no complaints with that engine. And here we're going to be on the end, looking all the way down the tracks. So these two tracks are literally parallel right to the float. Well, not quite. They go over to the left a little bit, but it makes it interesting for switching. My operators have definitely enjoyed this. So looking down the tracks from between the two buildings, tried to give you that look of the industrial area. That's what I'm trying to do, replicate something like that. And I want to thank you all for visiting the MSNK. I have a little video here for you to watch the overall view of the whole room, see where things fit in and how it all kind of lays out. And do I have any questions from anybody?
Okay, I think you must have done a pretty good job explaining it, Tom, because I don't see any questions.
Well, that's good for you. Yeah, that's good. I'm happy that you all enjoyed it.
Yep, we did enjoy it, and thank you for a fascinating view of your layout. It was very nice.
All right, I promise the next one I'll have a working video camera.
All right.
All right, then. Good night.
Again. Okay, our next presenter started his project over 60 years ago after traveling by train from his hometown station in Western Massachusetts. The station model was restarted after years on the shelf to pursue the AP structure certificate. Since then, he's kept busy building the HO Berkshire Shortline Railroad layout, writing newsletter and magazine articles, serving on the MER convention staff, and working on more AP certificates. We welcome from Cary, North Carolina, Mr. Jim Murphy. Take it away, Jim.
Thank you. Welcome to Western Massachusetts in the 1953. This lifetime build is based on research, measurements, and photographs of original drawings of the Holyoke Station, which was produced by architect H.H. Richardson. This clinic is going to discover designing, resin casting, painting, finishing, lighting, and detailing to accurately match the prototype. I'll show you all the techniques used in the exterior and interior of this classic station. For any major project, pick a subject that not only interests you, but really you have a connection to. You're likely making a long-term commitment to your project, and you really want it to be appropriate for something you're going to spend a lot of time on. This is my hometown station. In the 1960s, I was fortunate enough to travel with my family all over the Northeast by train. It was served by the Boston and Maine, and they took us just about everywhere we wanted to go. I grew up in the city, and we didn't need a car, but to get to friends, relatives, and the big city, we went through this station. Planning the structure was there is probably the most important part of it. When two kids got started a long time ago, we decided we wanted to build a model to put on our first layouts. Well, when you start out as teenagers, your ambition is always greater than the space available. But we did pick from our collection of New Haven and B&M structures around us, and rolling stock and locomotives and all the good features that we wanted to put on our model railroad. Our always favorite was the passenger station. Years later, one of us took some photos, made sketches, did the measurements, did all the legwork with the intention of finally building the station. The other kid went south, started on the project, and put it on the shelf. However, a few years later, I wanted to pursue the AP structure certificate, so I was able to pick up the station, dust it off, and then start some serious planning from Duncan's pictures and drawings. Once you have all your photographs, or as many as you think you can, you start putting it all together into something which is planned out. During the dig, I was able to find some original references to the structure. The old train shed cyclopedia had an early reproduction of the floor plan based on H.H. Richardson's article in the Railroad Gazette of 1887. Mr. Richardson was famous for his Romanesque style of architecture. So this included brownstone and granite, these unique support columns. Richardson designed churches, libraries, and many other railroad stations. So Trinity Chapel in Boston, or the New Haven Railroad Station, or Albany's Railroad Station. There's many examples, fortunately, most of them still standing, of his Romanesque style. But it's unique in that he has a signature style that you really wanted to capture to turn this into the right model. After your initial planning, you're going to gather all the information you can, thank you, Duncan, and then we put it together to finally build a model. The first step is to build a make a full-size drawing of the station or the item that you wish to model, so that you've got a template that you can work off of and help you plan the construction of the model. In this case, you put together from high school drafting class and a little bit later all the dimensions you know of, and from the advantage of having a drawing, you can start to identify features and sizes and determine how you're going to construct the model and then what it's going to look like at the end. When you're planning, you also get a chance to pick up some more unique features. In this case, the original sketch had an immigrant's room, which was one of custom back in the 1880s in the Northeast, when the waiting rooms were, unlike the South, were segregated into a general waiting room, a ladies' room, an immigrant's room. So they were different setups, and this kind of added to the unique features of the prototype. You start the planning of build once you have a drawing of the structure. You've got all your photographs. You've got to decide how you're going to build it. This unique Romanesque style of brownstone, granite, it was a lot of cut block. It was brownstone. It was unique roof support features. This is an Egyptian derivative that Mr. Richardson was very fond of. So he included all of these in his final design of it, and it kind of represents other structures of that. What you have in your model determines how you're going to build it as well. A couple of things to remember: is there commercial pieces available for it? In this case, not much for granite or brownstone. What level are you going to detail? And that's for the exterior and the interior, if you're going to do that. If you're going to do a detailed interior, you better plan for a completely removable roof. So also, you have to weigh your abilities and your balance. If you had any experience building granite block or making unique shapes in quantities that are going to be sufficient to finish your model. So what you want to build determines how you're going to build it. Since there was nothing commercially available, it was time to decide how to build it, and the only logical choice was resin casting. 3D printing would have been pretty extensive for a model this large. It scales out to a little over 2 feet long and almost a foot on each side. So it's resin casting was the logical choice. Getting started for the resin casting was, again, take out all the photographs to start with a detail. Resin starts with a master pattern. In this case, one made from plaster and hardening clay, and then carved using dental tools, knives, scribes to duplicate the textured surface of the granite block, and use whatever detail photographs there you have, be they period photographs or photos that you've been able to take yourself. Patience and your dental tools will get you through this process. You also want to measure up to the level of detail that you've decided that you're going to build. So you learn how to do these techniques. This is my first major resin casting project, but you learn as you go along. And if you should make a mistake, that's not too bad. You just peel away the plaster that didn't come out right, pour some more, and then start carving again. Once your master is completed, you put it on another piece of styrene in this case, build a dam around it, because our next step is going to be making a mold from silicone rubber. So we're learning by doing here, but keep the realism in there. I know my friend would have counted the number of arched bricks in the support here over the window. Yes, there are 23, count them, and he counted them for me as well. Once your mold is finished, or the master pattern is finished, then use mixed silicone rubber. In this case, silicone rubber works best for urethane resins. So you're going to take all the silicone rubber, mix it together. It's 2 colors. Make sure it's a uniform color. And then fill the mold slowly with your pre-mixed resin, your rubber mold. Pour it gently and poke all the bubbles out of it with a toothpick. Pouring it down a stick helps as well. Knock all the bubbles out of it, bounce it against the table for a bit, and then let that sit overnight to make the mold. Next day, we're going to start pouring the 2-part urethane resin, which is colorless. When you mix it together, you get a thin but clear molding material. You pour that into the mold. The trick here is that it sets very, very rapidly. So you're going to want to poke all the bubbles out of it, work quickly, poke more bubbles out again, remembering that you probably have no more than 2 minutes. Once you've got it all filled, screed the top of the mold off, and then walk away. The first few times you will probably not either completely fill the mold or have bubbles in it. Be patient. You learn by doing. After a few experiments, you'll get it to the point where you can pretty much produce the molds over and over again. Once you pop the finished molds off, you're going to clean them, the finished pieces. You're going to clean them on the back with a sanding block, get them to a uniform thickness, clean them up, primer, paint. That's the next step. In the next step, we're going to be making the exterior walls. And from that, we're going to use pieces of castings. You don't have to use the whole one. As I mentioned before, the bottom part of the station will be separate from the top half, which has the roof. So we're going to be splitting these castings along the way to make our continuous walls. To put the lower wall sections for exterior, epoxy pieces of the wall sections together after they've been sanded on the edges and on the back. Then you're going to touch up your joints with files. I like to use an engraving tool to cut through any epoxy joints so that the bricks are individually formed. If there are bubbles or air gaps in between, use squadron putty, which works very well to fill the joints, and then go back over them with a fine file or engraving tools to produce that. When the wall sections are finished, it also helps to give them a light coat of primer paint so you can see any details or holidays that didn't quite come out right. Then finish them off again. Fill in all your gaps, get the walls square, get them all the same height with sanding blocks, and then you're going to miter the edges and test clamp the four outside walls before you go to epoxy them together. Don't do far here. You will next work on the interior walls, and those are made from the simple cut, snap, and fit flat styrene. These happen to be out of 20,000 styrene, which is an easy part to work with. It's important that because we're building a sandwich out of all these walls, that the interior walls exactly match the exterior walls, because this is what's going to form the mullions and the woodwork between the windows. The walls are going to be a sandwich of exterior, acrylic glazing, and then interior. So the window openings and walls have to match exactly. It's going to take some cutting and fitting. And once working on the interior walls, if you don't get them right the first time, you've got to cut and snap and fit. The beauty of styrene, it's very easy to re-glue to get it right. And then as you're gluing it on a flat surface, a lot of clamps hold everything flat. So finishing up the interior walls is we're going to take and put a coat of primer paint on the interior, then sand it again, then put the finish coat on. And once the finish coat of the interior walls is complete and dry, take all your molding material, which is just stripped styrene, paint that separately, and assemble the molding just like a carpenter would. You're going to miter the corners, build up the molding over the window frames and the door frames, then touch up any corners. With all of these steps, make sure you keep touch-up paint available. You'll notice that the exterior walls are already starting to get painted. Primer them, but then put a finish coat on and do that in the downhand position. It's very difficult to paint this kind of detail when you have an assembled model. So all the wall sections should be painted in the downhand position and the interior painted, and then the separate moldings added after, again in the downhand position where it's easiest to work. After the outside walls are painted and the corners fitted, you're looking for bevels, you're looking for square, flush, and plumb. Once those are lined up, as a last step before you assembly, make sure you paint the outside of the window areas. Because you're using a white resin, if you leave these white, when you put the interior walls in, you'll have a white flash on the edge of the windows, which will show up and saying this is not the right for the windows. So by just putting a coat of flat black paint on the inside of the windows, it'll improve the look once you get the glazing in place. Also, hard to see here, but there are some 1/10 of an inch thick vertical spacers next to each window. You're going to be placing individual window glazing made from 1/10 inch styrene. Clear acrylic placed in the window openings, and that spacer will keep the sandwich together. Give you room to put the window glazing in. So the sandwich will be the exterior walls, the window glazing, and then the interior walls. And as you glue the exterior walls together using epoxy, make sure again everything is pre-painted and that your bevels are as good as you can get them. Check for square, level, glue them together, and pre-test your clamping arrangements, whether you use rubber bands or clamps or whatever, because the epoxy, I use a 5-minute epoxy, doesn't have much tack to it. So you're going to need to clamp it for those critical 5 minutes while it sets up. Next, you okay, too far here. Once you're set, take all your clamps off, and again, we're tight on the edges. Everything's set up. Then go to the next step, which is the fitting the interior walls. And best to leave those interior walls just a teeny bit oversized, so that when you fit them back in, and you're sure, you'll notice the window openings are dark from the paint. The window openings interior match the exteriors. Also the door openings, which won't be filled with clear acrylic, they'll be filled with your door patterns, which were made from cardboard and printed to match the interior of the match the doors of the prototype. Again, we're going to use non-solvent glue for the glazing, and I like the Micromark pressure sensitive adhesive. That is a blessing in terms of putting in glazing, because it doesn't scar up the material, it doesn't craze or crack it, and it gives you plenty of forgiveness by being able to polish your acrylic, wear a pair of gloves so you don't put fingerprints on it, and then set it in place. Then you're ready to add the interior the same way. As a very last minute, over in the corner here, I point out early, there is very fine wire coming up. We'll get back to that. Whatever. Don't forget the wire. Ask me how I know. To get the interiors correct, try to find as many prototypes. There is a building in Wakefield, Massachusetts. It was built by Mr. Richardson, still standing, and there's an auditorium area in it now. But the original window casings and moldings in here is shown clearly, and those were used to help duplicate the station model. I didn't have exact drawings of Mr. Richardson's station in Holyoke, but I did have drawings of a sister station in Northampton, Massachusetts, and that was courtesy of the Boston and Maine Historical Society. Actually have saved a number of his drawings. So I was able to get information on the panel, the floor tiles, and on some of the architectural finishes in the ladies' waiting room. The floor tile in the general waiting room were 1 foot by 2 foot marble tiles. Oh, and Mr. Richardson also had interest in a marble quarry in Vermont, again, vertically integrated. So each room was different. The immigrants got a plain painted floor. The baggage room got kind of heavy wood lath and hardwood floors, as did the telegraph room. And the ladies' room and restroom area got tile and better facilities, whereas the immigrants got the old style overhead tanks with a pull chain. So all these little details that I was fortunately able to pick up from another station drawing helped add to the realism of the project. Before I built the model, just to make sure it would all work, I made up a foam core model, full size, went down to Kinko's, had the drawing printed out, and then cut the individual walls out of the foam core, glued them together, and then put a mock-up on the layout just to see how everything would fit. If you're going to build a model this size, you want to make sure that it's going to work for you and you're going to be able to display it after the project is done. Well, a side benefit of that mock-up was being able to recreate a hip roof with 6 gables. For any carpenter out there, it takes a real professional to be able to pull that off. You can try using drafting programs, but to enable you to build that roof, it's a lot of trial and error. So I went through an awful lot of shirt cardboard on the foam mock-up to be able to get the hip roof correct. Once that was established, after lots of cutting and fitting, I was able to cut 6 gables for it. 4 are partial gables. The center dormer really goes completely across the building. Those angles are very hard to determine graphically, but by using cardboard templates, you can work out a pretty good pattern to get those right, and then transfer that pattern on the roof to gator foam, which is about 3/16 of an inch. Gator foam is a rigid foam core board that has good paintable surfaces on both sides, not like the dime store foam core. It's a very good modeling material. It's very rigid, and it'll take all kinds of paints from acrylics to lacquers without warping or staining. Very good. It also takes glues and adhesives very well. So again, trial and error on the cardboard templates. Also for the roof extensions, which are again very difficult to determine those angles. The roof extensions were made of aircraft plywood, probably 1/16 of an inch thick. And those again are very rigid and able to support the roof, but still hold this rather unique shape. Roof tapers from the hip to a different angle as it goes out onto the extension. Also, this has to be completely removable as one piece. So therein lies the challenge. When you go to put the roof together, before I started, you'll notice that there are horizontal lines drawn on every piece of roofing. Before final assembly, put the roof down flat and draw, in this case, 1/8 of an inch scribe lines on every roof surface, because these are going to form the alignment of the shingles. Mr. Richardson used oversized shingles on all of his buildings because, yes, he had a slate quarry. So he used oversized shingles and in HO scale that the Rusty Stumps S-scale shingles are a pretty darn good match. They're the right color and they're the right size. So, but with a 1-inch drop, so there's a 1-inch HO scale drop between the lines. So build them up starting with the leading edge and work your way up the sides, up to the sides and over the roof extensions, and then on to the main body of the roof, then the gables and the hips and everything else along there. Again, work slowly. You want to be accurate here because this was a first-class station, so no sags, or all of us put Campbell shingles on and put them kind of random. Slate shingles need to be perfectly straight because that was the way craftsmen put them on. Now, once the shingles are all on, you add a little caulking material around there, which is just black paint applied with a very fine brush. Then start thinking about platforms and details once the roof is complete. It's important on a model of this size and intensity that you're going to want to make some real unique details. One of Mr. Richardson's favorites was herringbone sidewalks. And of course, herringbone brick at the time was not available commercially. So my friend Dan took it upon himself to use a straight edge and an X-Acto knife and enormous amounts of patience and some skill as an architect to produce a master pattern of the herringbone brick. He took that and made a master pattern about 2 inches square From that master pattern, I made a urethane rubber mold, silicone rubber mold, like it did showed earlier. Made a couple of those, and then began a project of casting and casting and casting. So by having multiple molds, I was able to make one batch of urethane resin, pour that into a couple of molds, screed it off, poke the air bubbles out, all within a 2-minute working period, and just cast as many herringbone squares as I could. One nice feature, Dan actually made the edges of the pattern accurately enough that one side matched the other side, so that the finished castings took a minimum amount of effort to trim the edges with a square file and match them up so that they would fit end to end to end to end. The finished model used almost 4 linear feet of herringbone brick, so I was extremely grateful to Dan's efforts. And all I had to do was epoxy the edges together, do a little final finishing with my engraving tool, and we were back in business. A base coat of a brick red color, and then time spent with a fine brush to highlight bricks of different colors to duplicate the prototype. And because it was well maintained, we skipped the foliage growing out of the bricks. Another note here that the support columns are tied together with a fascia board. This helps us keep the upper ends of the support columns in line and unbroken. This is going to be real important later. The support columns are made from a photograph, and then individual molds were made. Again, a master pattern of the column, and then molds, multiple molds, cast and cast and cast. Sometimes we're going to get a lot of air bubbles in them. So this one's got an air bubble. That one's got an air bubble. This one came out a little thin. These two are okay. So what I'm telling you is you're going to be making multiple castings from your molds until you've got enough to complete that, and just for fun, make a few more. After because they're hard to handle, drilled a number 70 hole in the end of each one, stuck in a short piece of wire, and then you can put that in a piece of foam core for hanging it on, holding it on while you're spraying it. So then you put your primer color on, making sure you have a couple of corner pieces made of these very unique columns. So you just trim off one, save the piece, rotate it 90 degrees, glue it back on, and you've got a corner column. Again, we're using this to hold it all together. Hard to see, but there's actually a fine groove running down here, which is going to match locating pins on the roof, and also here. And because the roof is not quite symmetric, it's never going to be that. You'll notice there's an index mark here. There's one on each side of the building, so that when you attach the roof, put the locating pieces in the roof and put a little bit of slow drying glue on the roof itself, put it off, and then when you pull it off, you've got indexing grooves in all these various pieces so the roof will fit snug. Then you go to the next, and this is where your photographs and your research and your friends' efforts all come into play to finish off the interior. Fortunately, the building is still standing, so that the truss beams are visible. Because the wood does not work very well in tension, that the tension members in these trusses need continuous rods that run the length of the column, and they are held on by traditional nut, bolt, and washer castings. So those are duplicated in the truss work, the tapering, the little details that really mean a lot there. We try to match the original woodwork. Pictures of doors help, and another area inside the station where pieces were removed many years after it was built so that the original color of the paint was visible, in addition to the other Richardson house that I was able to get a picture of, so that I was able to match the color pretty close to the interior. This happens to be a Tamiya, which just worked really well, and it was close enough to get us back to the original. The individual rooms start to take shape. The fixtures in the ladies' room, of course, that's where it's got upholstered furniture and very nice toilet fixtures. The telegraph room has a sender and a tapper and a repeater, and there's a typewriter and a desk and a Western Union clerk there filling out a telegram. The general waiting with the ticket booth and all the tickets spread out there on the rack. Benches for the gentlemen and a nicer men's room. And here, the immigrants' room, not so fancy, cruder benches, rougher fixtures, only patchy curtains on the windows. The baggage room with all its important things like the safe, plenty of stuff in storage, and then a stairway going up to the station master's apartment, which was on the second floor of the station. All these little details just help bring it, along with the chimney, which mounts right underneath the chimney post on the outside of it. The details are really what makes the difference on any model like this. The photograph of the door was very helpful in being able to duplicate the doors in the outside of the station. Here we see the exterior glazing, but the doors, just duplicating them by taking that photograph and a little photoshopping to reduce it to just the right size, and then adding on information such as the immigrants' room entrance, the baggage room entrance, all the fixtures that are important to have on the platform, a weigh scale for freight, an LCL baggage cart, and of course a porter to help you with your bags as you're traveling. The exterior shows the outside of the ticket booth. And well, over here is the side view of it, and the interior railings that had the, pardon my jumping around here. There's the exterior of the ticket booth and plenty of people populating. Here is the interior of the telegraph office. And again, just referring to Mr. Richardson's original drawings for the flooring in there and a little sketch of the ladies' room with all the fittings, such as a water fountain, clock on the wall. This is a reproduction of a picture of Mount Tom, which is viewable from the outside of the station. You look off in the background and you see over this way, you see Mount Tom. So it would be normal for an original painting to go on the wall of that scene, which was really the symbol of Holyoke, Massachusetts for many years. And so now I'm ready to show my childhood friend the finished station, and we're ready to relive our memories. And I offer thanks to the B&M Historical Society, who was able to offer so many drawings. and photographs and details that were available for typical stations back in that era. Are there any questions on the why and how we might have built this station?
Well, that was very interesting, Jim. We do have some questions.
I'd be glad to offer.
And someone wants to know if you showed this on the NERx modeling.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. And we were able to share that. I was able to just to expand a little bit more on it. And NERx is a little bit kind of spontaneous, so I had a little chance to pull some together and work a little bit more on the photographs.
Okay. Do you have any tips for creating the granite texture on the blocks?
Ooh, that's where the real challenge is. And yes, practice, 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 or that's how you get to Carnegie Hall. Yes, I found that by doing what we call relief carving, where you practice by putting the lines in first, and then by going back with an engraver. It's a square shaped tool at a very sharp angle, and it's the kind of tool that's used by engravers. I'm not doing any $20 bills soon, but it's an inexpensive tool, but it's very good because it's got a diamond shape on the end for doing grooves. So it allows you to put the mortar joints in and still get that if I'm still going there. That diamond shaped tool is very good if you do the grooves and then you turn it on its side and take away everything that isn't a brick. I'll go back a little bit here. The other trick that I used was because I had these raised bricks to do, I used styrene in between the granite, and that raised it up just a little bit, and then I was able to texture the styrene to get the different brownstone shape on it.
Mm-hmm. I know in my modeling, I've always been challenged by getting granite to look like granite for blocks of either retaining walls or building walls or whatever. So, all right. Do you have any tips for working with epoxy as an adhesive, since it can be?
Oh, mercy. Yep. Make sure all the walls are square and true, and test fit and test fit and test fit, and then check them again, because 5-minute epoxy is wonderful. It'll last forever, and it's a good filler. But you basically get one shot at it. And I won't lie, I did have to break one joint that just wasn't here, was on the roof. The end joint there, it just didn't work. I didn't have it clamped properly. I've used everything from huge rubber bands to clamps that I got at the hardware store to Harbor Freight 3-foot long clamps. But it's almost like building a jigger fixture. You pretty much have to test and test and test. And then even after you've got it glued together, be prepared to do a little etching, carving, and doctor up work on the inside, because one of these joints will probably have too much epoxy in it, and the other one on the outer edge might not have enough. So you're going to be in there with a squadron putty to fill in the gap.
Mm-hmm. I noticed you seem to use a lot of that squadron putty or whatever for.
Oh yeah, it's your best friend. I keep the green and the white. Yep. Is for the outside because that doesn't cover as well. But for the rough castings, the green is, you go through a lot of it. but again, you keep your colors, because these were custom mixed colors. My wife has the artist's eye, bless her. So she was able to look at the pictures and then come up with the right colors for this. But we mixed up a good sized batch.
Mhm.
Even the granite has some very fine black specks that were flicked onto it to give it a little bit of granite look. And then, so all the granite was done first, and then the window molding was painted with like a 4-aught brush. That's again a little bit of patience to do that.
Certainly does. All right. How long did this station take to build?
Well, can I go back in history? My friend Duncan and I started taking the measurements almost 30 years ago, embarrassingly enough. About 10 years after that, the Slug in North Carolina started to build the model at my friend's urging. And then on and off for 4 or 5 years. And then the challenge came down. I was getting ready for my 50th high school reunion, and I was told I wasn't going to show my face unless I brought the model with me. So in the next 12 months, a lot got accomplished in order, because I didn't want to miss the buffet line.
Yeah. Nothing like a deadline, right?
Exactly. I think that's what a lot of us modelers share, that if we've got the pressure on, then we can get something accomplished. So, and it was essentially complete about 3 years ago for a NMRA contest, and then taking it back to my hometown. My buddy made the mistake of hooking me up with the curator of the local museum, and that is going to be the final resting place of this model. I thought he was going to just wrestle it out of my hands with right then, and I said, "Yep, I got to put on layout for a little while," but it will go back up to Holyoke, Massachusetts eventually.
Very nice. One more. Why were the roof supports with air bubbles unused? Could you have filled the air hole with putty?
I could have, but by the time you fill it with squadron putty and polish it and smooth it and paint it again, I can cast a lot of resin. I ended up with 4 or 5 molds from each master pattern, and by mixing about an ½ ounce of urethane plastic, I could cast those fast and furious. Just wait till I got a good one.
Yeah. Easier than filling it. Well, Jim,
Exactly.
it's an excellent model, beautifully done, and I thank you for sharing the model with us and your journey in making it. Much appreciated. Thank you very
My
much.
pleasure.
All right, thanks, Jim. That was an excellent presentation on a beautiful model. Our next presentation is a video of the Oil Creek Railroad. Dick Senge's HO scale standard gauge line depicts the Oil Creek Railroad circa 1866, and also the 1800s logging and mining railroad.
Today we're going to be talking to Dick Senge, and he'll give us a little bit of a tour of his Oil Creek Railroad. Dick, how are you doing today?
Doing great.
Well, tell us a little bit about the Oil Creek.
One thing that's somewhat unique about this layout is it's freestanding. That is, it's in a 600 square foot room and it's a 300 square foot layout, so you can walk completely around it, so it doesn't touch the wall. It's a series of maybe 6 different historical dioramas. It started out as Oil Creek, but it evolved to other things. And as you can see on the slide, it started out 30 years ago with Pico, Code 100, Electrofrog, 3-wire solenoids, but it's evolved to state of the art. Since North Coast Engineering is here in Rochester, New York, the last section of the layout has switchets and tortoises and fast tracks, turnouts that I made myself, Code 70 micro, and a lot of scratch built and board by board structures. So it's evolved over the years. It does also have lighted buildings, and it also has ITTC environmental sounds. And virtually all the engines that I use, the primary roster are sound engines, mostly logging engines. So when you hit the switch on the wall, you hear maybe 10, 15 engines fire up all at once, and you hear 10 environmental sounds, and you see the buildings light up. Even though it may not be moving, running, there's still a lot going on. On the first picture, as I said, the layout is divided into 6 major areas. The Oil Creek Railroad, which was actually a real railroad, circa post-Civil War, Titusville, Pennsylvania area, Western Pennsylvania, started in Corey, then it went to Titusville, and then it went further south. And originally it was a wide gauge, and then it became a standard gauge. And it was primarily to haul oil out of the oil regions, because everybody thinks of the Civil War in the 1860s. But at the same time we had the Civil War, we had an oil boom in Western Pennsylvania. And then post-war, it really boomed. The other thing was unique about the 1866, and that's what I modeled with Oil Creek, is they still hauled oil in barrels. Everybody thinks horizontal tank cars. They came in later, and before that was vertical tank. So we went from barrels to vertical tank to horizontal tank. And I model the vertical, the barrel, and the beginning of the vertical tank. The transition era, the war's over, oil is booming, and a lot of ideas about how to haul. So we have the Oil Creek Railroad, we have mining in the upper left-hand corner, we have the Bath and Hammondsport Railroad, and you see the balloon in the sky. Hammondsport is below that balloon, and Bath would be way over to the right, kind of behind our 2 little pictures there. Bath and Hammondsport Railroad is significant to the extent that when people went to Keuka Lake, and that's pronounced Keuka, not Cayuga or Canandaigua or Skinny Atlas, all the other names you can't pronounce, it's Keuka, and Hammondsport's the bottom of Keuka Lake. So, and then the sawmill complex, which is way off to the right out of the picture, and then logging. Logging is the top of the hill in the upper right-hand corner. So it started out as oil, but then it kind of expanded, you know how that goes.
Yeah.
Started out 8 by 30 and ended up more like 10 or 11 by 32. And then there's a section that's maybe 3.5 by 9 that tees out. So the aisles got a little smaller over time. Right, so those are the 6 sections. View of the 8 by 30 section of the layout showing the Oil Creek and some of the Oil Creek Railroad. Hammondsport is the far left corner, Bath is the far right, and the river is Envirotex Lake. And the Oil Creek Railroad is basically in the center. Now, this river is per the maps that I've gotten from that area and also visiting the area. So the roads and the railroad and the river are prototypes. So it's more of a historical diorama with a railroad.
Yeah.
Rather than the railroad. So the focus is on the industry, which is oil. And everybody, even though I don't do waves, I kind of like it that way because it's so realistic and shiny that when people tour it, they stick their finger in it.
Yeah.
In the Envirotex, but I've never gone with waves. I clean the river periodically. So let's go to Miller Farm. This will be in the most northern section of the layout. Miller Farm is located 5 miles south of Titusville and north of Schaefer Farm and Pioneer Bridge. Now these are real places. These are not made up places. The 4 by 50 foot mural seen in the background. So that background you see is a mural that I hired a muralist 10 years ago, and she took 2 weeks and painted a 4 foot by 50 foot mural.
Wow.
And the colors match the colors of the layout, and you'll see more of that later. 10 scratch-built oil derricks are on the layout, and there are 2 of them in the picture here. Oh, there's 3 of them. There's one in the upper right-hand corner, and then this Miller Farm structure is a metal Woodland Scenics, whatever. It's one of those kits.
Nice.
And this was in the beginning of the layout, and you see it's code 100, but eventually you'll see that it's code 70.
Dick, I'm impressed with the quality of the photos too. Did you take those?
I took this one. Later on, we'll see some by the guys around here know this person, Bruce Shepard, who used to be a wedding photographer, is now retired. You'll see. Wait till you see his picture.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to the next one. This is part of the Oil Creek also. Scratch-built items in this scene include the oil derrick, and this is the detailed oil derrick. You can see some of the detail at the bottom. The oil tanks, the oil storage shed, the oil loading platform, and the oil barrels and the trees. Those are all 100% scratch. The only thing that's not scratch in this picture, the 3 houses, the rail cars, and I think the sand house right behind the caboose was a early Camel kit, I think. So I like the scenery part, so I kind of focus on that.
It's beautiful. I'm in scaler, so I'm not as familiar with the answer to this question, but in HO scale, is there a lot of choice in rolling stock from this period of time, from the post-Civil War?
1860s, no. There was Roundhouse and Bachman or whatever had a series of cars, and you can see one there. That's I think that's maybe a horse car. It looks like a cattle car or a horse car.
Yeah.
There were 5 cars: a gondola, maybe a gondola with logs, a horse car. There were about 5. They were real short. You used to buy those for $4. Okay, now this is the first picture, and you can tell it's better than my pictures. This is from Bruce. And Bruce used a camera with a flash, a tripod with a flash, and then I held the third one. And Bruce would say, he'd shoot one, he'd say, well, move it up a foot and over a foot. And he'd take another one. So I was the light guy.
Really good. Yeah.
And so you can see the mural in the background. You can see Shea number 6 coming across the trestle and the Pioneer Bridge. And that bridge is all wood and about 30 inches. And I have prototype pictures of that back in the 1860s. So it was built per the pictures. And that's dirty water on the lower right. the Envirotechs. But you can imagine during the oil era, I don't think the creek was very clean.
I'm sure that's true.
Because there was oil everywhere. But this picture shows the difference between an amateur and a professional. I mean, Bruce likes the sunlight effect.
Yeah.
And you can see the sunlight shadows in the picture. And those trees up at the top are some of the scratch-built trees. Okay, the next picture is somewhat unique in that there's a mine on top of the layout like you would expect. But on the side of the layout, on the fascia, there's the underground mine, which we'll see in a minute.
Huh.
So if you go to Denver and you go to Golden and you go to the museum, there's a mine in the side of the layout out there. That's where I got the idea.
Okay.
And this was a mine kit. I'm not sure, maybe Campbell Silver or something mine. But I extended the tipple for the tailings. The murals in the background, and if you look carefully at the top right, you'll see another mine. And like I said, she tried to match the scenery. And by then, the scenery was 20 years old. And so it was getting kind of faded. So as we move further to the right, the scenery gets a little brighter to match the layout. So the distance between this mine and that mural is 30 inches. So that's not touching the wall.
Yeah. You can see some depth there. That's really.
Yeah, there's a long story about that, which I won't get into, but 30 years ago, I didn't want to paint a backdrop, so I didn't touch the wall. But subsequently, this is the fourth backdrop. First, I had an off-white wall, then a blue wall with white clouds with a spray can and the stencils.
Yeah.
And then I went to the mural. And to me, it makes all the difference in the world.
Stunning.
Because you can take a picture from just about anywhere in the room and you get a nice backdrop.
And this is the underground part you were talking about.
This is the underground part. It's 100% scratch. And so they mine the coal in the upper left, goes down the tipple. That's a real tipple. And it comes out at the bottom. And you see the little miner with the cart.
Yeah.
Pushing the cart of the coal on a little track over to the right. Then he dumps it into a bucket. And there's a cable. And then the hoist on the top hauls the cable up. And this is directly under and connected to the mine. Now we're into the Bath and Hammondsport Railroad. Hammondsport, New York, looking from north to south. So we're not at the bottom of the lake. We're looking toward the bottom of the lake.
Yeah.
This includes the passenger and freight depots, the grape house, the ice house, the gazebo, the wharf shed, miscellaneous sheds and docks. The scratch-built grape vineyards are on the hill to the right. Here you get a better shot of the mural. You can see the bottom of the mural is the lake, and the top of the mural is what's called the bluff, where the trees are, and then there's the sky. And then once you pass the lake, it's all trees and sky. So when you're looking across the layout, you don't see the off white wall down at the bottom. Passenger depot with the cupola, the original one is still there. Everything else is gone. So we'll go to the next slide, which is looking at it from the other direction. The lake is on the right side, and you can see the boats and the people. In the middle, you can see the passenger depot, freight depot, and the shed, the big shed, and the Lakeview Winery way at the top. You see the cupola that's on top of the passenger depot in the middle?
Yeah.
And that depot was originally built, the cupola wasn't there, they built that later. And you'll see the picture of that passenger depot. It's the original. It's the original back to 18 something, late 1800s.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, everything else in this picture is gone. And back in that era, if you were in Philadelphia or Pittsburgh and you wanted to go to the Finger Lakes, you'd get on a train and get off at Bath, New York, and you get on the Bath and Hammondsport Railroad and go north about 7 miles, get off at Hammondsport, because there are no cars or roads. And then you pick up a paddle boat, a steam, paddle boat,
Yeah.
and then that would take you up the river, or up the lake to where you're going to stay or just for a day trip.
Beautiful.
And they ran 7 trains on a Sunday back then. So this was a big deal. But the track plan there is fairly realistic.
Oops.
Here's a close up, and you can see a photographer taking some pictures. A little jug band on the lower left. A little food truck.
You must have a lot of figures on the layout, at least in these scenes we're seeing.
Yeah, my favorite ones are called Fun and Games. Fun and Games. And you can see here we're with the Code 70 microengineering flex track. One thing I did with the layout, you see there's a second track. In Hammondsport, there was not a second track. See the track with the passenger car? That was the only track, and the track's on the right. But that second track is the track that circumvents the whole layout.
Okay.
So when that track is here, it's Hammondsport. When it's at Oil Creek, it's Oil Creek Railroad. When that track is in Bath, it's Bath. So that way you can run a continuous loop, but you can still have sections.
So that, yeah, so it's one continuous railroad, but as you said, it's really a collection of these historical dioramas that have meaning to you.
Now, the other half of the Bath and Hammondsport Railroad is not too exciting. It's Bath, New York. And there's a road that goes up a steep hill, and then it goes further up. And I built that little bridge between the tipple and the road. And the story here is the truck fills up with coal, runs it up the road, dumps it in a tipple so they can load the engines. And here again, you can see the scenery, the Code 70 track, the road, and that road is the white blue water and dirt slurry that I used on everything, including the fascia. And it makes great roads, and it's kind of the under part of all my scenery. And then that's typical brown foam on the top with spices. I use 37 different spices.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's got a lot of color. And again, these close-up pictures,
yeah,
feel how much finished detail you have in all of this.
So here, this is across the tracks at the passenger depot. Here's some more of those fun and game figures and some of those Jordan trucks. So it's just a static scene. And I don't glue down things like the trucks. So if I want to play with them or move them around, I move them around.
I assume all the figures have to be glued down, though.
What I did with the figures, I didn't actually glue them down. I drilled a hole up through their foot, up into their leg.
Okay.
And I put maybe, I don't know, 20 or 30 thousandths rod, a brass rod up their leg.
Okay.
And then I drill a hole and I just stick the brass rod in the hole. My favorite area, which is the sawmill complex. Now this scene, it's 3.5 feet across left to right and about 9 feet deep. Bruce added the sky and the trees in the background. Just an overview picture which shows an engine house, a boiler, the old mill, the new mill, the loading platform, and some miscellaneous areas. And the log ponds in the bank, and then you see the log brow and the derrick. And way in the back, you see 10 company houses, a company store, and then there's a mountain.
Yeah.
And that's all wet slab castings from rubber molds, the rock castings.
Yeah.
Thrown wet and overlapped a little. In this picture, the mural's not in this picture. What Bruce did is he put in his own.
He cropped in the whole background.
Yeah. So you have a loader on the left and an engine, probably a Shea number 4, and then the stacks. This is a good picture of the log pond. You see the reflection in the water. This is what's called the new mill, and it has all prototype machinery in it. The new mill contains all the period mill equipment and shows the correct flow of the logs, the cants, the lumber, and the sawdust. So in a mill, the logs flow in a certain direction. The cants, when they make the 4 cuts, they flow in a certain direction. The lumber has a specific flow, kind of like chess, and the sawdust flows in another direction. So when I built the kit, I modified everything as I went along, and I bought the original issues of the Bryant books, one called Lumber, one called Logging. I think they've been reprinted. You can buy reprints. So it took me 8 years to build this mill.
Wow.
And it took me 8 years because I researched every piece as I went along, which to me, that's the fun part.
Yeah, you became an expert, didn't you?
That's the fun part. Yeah. Yeah. The building is just kind of work. So the next picture is one of my favorite. And this is because I scratch built those trestle vents underneath, and you can see water under there.
Yeah, and just the wood grain of the wood is very realistic looking.
Yeah, I take each piece of wood and after I cut it to size, I take a tool with 5 X-Acto blades.
Yeah.
And I turn it upside down, and I distress the wood.
Yeah.
Each piece individually.
I can see that.
And then I stain each piece individually.
Here's more of the wood.
Yeah, and it gives the wood kind of a board by board character look.
Yeah.
And if I don't do that, if I stained it all at once, you couldn't tell it was board by board.
No.
And that's the whole point to me. I want you to see that. So this kit, this is somewhat unique. The boiler house was a combination of 5 kits. One was the wood Sierra West boiler house kit. It's the wood part. 2 Western scale model boiler kits. 1 steam engine kit and 1 piping kit. And I extended the boiler house by 50%. Had to get 2 more windows from Sierra West, and I turned it 90 degrees. The scratch built parts of the boiler bases, and that's dental stone. You can see the 2 gray bases under the boiler, the stacks, and the drive system. This is the last picture of the sawmill area. Here you can see the pond on the left and the log ground, the dynamite shed, the log hoist, the log pond, company houses in the back to the left, the mess hall, and then the log pond was 4 layers of Envirotex. Started out with opaque, and then translucent, and then clear. One thing that's a little unusual, this picture, that engine in the middle is actually an ON30 Porter, but a friend of mine converted the cab and the person in the cab to 187 scale. And Porters were actually started to be made in 66. So this is circa about 1900. So the era fits. It just to me it just fit. Of course, only the logs that would float were dumped into the pond.
Right.
There's a dry rollway for the ones that were going to sink, and then there's the old mill is for sinkers. So they're the ones that ended up underwater. So they brought in logs 3 different ways. Logging area where they're cutting down the big trees, they're saving the small trees, and you're up on the top of the layout looking east, and you see Cuca Lake, and then you see the bluff, and then you see the sky. But between the lake and this green area is Hammondsport. But it's set down lower. That's at 42 inches. We're more like, 60 inches.
Yeah.
We're up on the top where the trees are.
Yeah, that's great.
And I like steam donkeys, even though they're West Coast, and loaders are East Coast. But I just had to put that in there. Remember the road with the little dump truck, the coal truck? Went up the road. This is the other end of the road. And you follow that road, it goes into a little logging town. Not much of a town, but a little logging. And then off to the right where the big trees are, that's where we are now.
Okay.
See the loader. And believe it or not, there's a grizzly bear attacking the logger. If you look in the lower left-hand corner, there's a grizzly bear. And then off to the right, there's a logger. And you notice they're just small trees because the big trees have already been cut. That way I didn't have to put big trees on the layout. And that was one of the problems with the mill, is before I built the mill, I had to decide on the size of the log, what kind of log car I was going to use, and how big was the saw, because they all had to coordinate. And then what do I do about trees? So what I did about trees, I used stumps.
Yeah.
That stump on the left, they cut it down. The little trees, they didn't cut down. So that was a lot easier than making big trees. And I cast them out of Durham's water putty and India ink, and they came out perfectly. I like them better than real stumps. This is my most favorite trestle.
Wow.
1,700 individual parts, 15 bents, 5 stories high. And of course, Envirotex water, and you can see the reflection in the water down at the bottom. And that's my first rail car at the top, was a Katy caboose when they made them out of wood. And I later totally scratch built an inside of the caboose board by board, including the tools. So it's just sitting on the trestle for display with was a number 11 Climax, I guess, is up there now. And that's great. That's about, I don't know, it's slightly curved and slightly non-level because it connected the last section of the model railroad, the sawmill, with the first section that's 30 years apart.
Yeah.
So when I built it, I was guesstimating the height, and it came out just about right. So this connects the two sections. So if you come off the main line, you come across this trestle with your log load into the sawmill.
And now I guess we're back to where we started here, it looks like, huh?
Yeah, I guess you're back to the first slide. Just to point out some things, that trestle in the middle, that's another trestle. And there's a waterfall above that trestle to the left of the balloon. And if you remember the old Tarzan movies, Tarzan would go under a waterfall into a cave. Well, the cave is under that waterfall. So you can go back to the background. Actually, I have 2 groups in Western Pennsylvania that want to purchase this layout. Yeah, so I'll be 80 in 2.5 years. So that's the goal, is to get rid of the layout and the Jeep when I'm 80. It's got to go sometime.
Yeah, well, it's a perfect layout for a museum kind of setting, I think.
Yeah. I've contacted a lot of museums, and it's harder than it sounds.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
Well, Dick, thank you so much for letting us into your home and to get a quick look at this and some of the fine modeling you've done and some great pictures. And we just really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's actually with you as much fun as if you were here.
Well, we'll all be looking forward to that 2025 chance to get on.
Yeah, 2025. Sure, there'll be a lot of good tours and a lot of nice layouts in this area. And if it's in the summer, boy, the Finger Lakes are the best.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Dick. We'll talk to you later.
All right, we're back again. It was a nice layout that Dick has, and now we're ready to move on. Our next clinician has been a model railroader since the age of 5, when his dad built his first layout on a 4x6 sheet of plywood that slid under their bed. He joined his first club right after college, the Jersey Valley Model Railroad Club just outside of Trenton, and found sharing with the hobby with others with similar interests really helped expand his knowledge in the various aspects of the hobby. A job change necessitated the move, and thus a new club, the New York Society of Model Engineers in Carlsbad, New Jersey, oldest in the country. He then moved to Rochester, New York at the end of 2010 and joined the Rochester Model Railroad Club. After a few years, he was elected to the position of superintendent for a few years, then as chief engineer for 2 terms before being elected president in the last election. He joined the NMRA and the OPSIG and have had, losing my place, and has had the opportunity to meet some incredible modelers and see and operate on several amazing layouts and attend a few conventions. A few years ago, he was appointed to the webmaster for the Lake Shores Division. He became a counselor for Railroading Merit Badge in 2004 and has helped close to 100 scouts earn the badge over the years. Join me in welcoming Ed O'Connell. Ed, take it away.
Okay, well, thanks for having me, and I'm really happy to be here to talk to you about building a portable power cab and decoder programming station. Well, welcome and greetings from Rochester, New York and the Lake Shores Division. I'm Ed O'Connell. I'm happy to be here with you. The key components for this project were manufactured right here in the Lake Shores Division by NCE. The power of DCC. Shout out to the people at NCE for their awesome DCC products. In fact, their plant is probably about a 10 to 15-minute ride away from me. Well, why I built this project? I returned actively to the hobby in 2007 after quite a long absence and was introduced to DCC as a member of the Garden State Model Railway Club in North Haledon, New Jersey. They had an NCE power cab set up at the workbench, and they used it to program decoders and used an NCE Power Pro system on their 40 by 30 foot layout. 3 years later, when I moved to Rochester, New York, I joined the Rochester Model Railroad Club, and they used an independent NCE command station connected to a desktop computer, and they used Decoder Pro through JMRI to program their decoders and save their settings. I still had a sizable locomotive collection that I hadn't put decoders in yet, and I wanted to be able to install and program them at home and not have to wait until club night to do it. I also lived in a one-bedroom apartment, which didn't have room for a permanent workbench. And I figured, what can I do to combine the features of both club systems and achieve my goal? Then I'd still have a power cab that I could use to operate a small layout if I ever found the chance to build one and a place to put it. Want to see how to build one for yourself? Let's go. Well, first off, if you're not familiar with what a power cab is, it's a 2-amp, full-featured DCC system that you can hold in the palm of your hand. While it's considered a starter set, it's no slouch. It provides virtually all of the capability and the ease of use of a larger NCE Power Pro system, but at an entry-level price. Installation is quick. Hook up 2 wires to your track, plug in the cab, and trains are on their way. Power Cab has a great feature, and that's the best programming track capability of all of the NCE systems that they make. It offers a safe, low-current programming track output where it's safe to test decoders, but at the same time, the programming track current from the power cab has been raised enough to accommodate special needs of sound decoders, which sometimes have problems working well with older style programming track outputs. So an external programming track booster is not required. As your railroad grows, you can add boosters and other NCE components and use the power cab along with the coil cord that comes with it as an ordinary pro cab, so nothing in your system is ever wasted. To build the project, you'll need some tools. Most of these you probably already have. That would be a power drill with some bits, some assorted files, a soldering station, some wire crimpers and strippers, and that tool on the right, which is a modular modular plug collection for data and phone cables. Cost and quality can vary greatly here. You don't need a top-of-the-line model, but don't cheap out either. You'll definitely be using these tools in the future because invariably you're going to break one of the tabs off of your cord ends. For the project itself, a couple of components that you're going to need, of course, is the power cab. You'll also need the USB interface board, approximately 2 to 3 foot long USB cable, a male A to male B, a small roll of 16 gauge 2-conductor wire, a coaxial power plug and jack, 2 RJ12 modular plugs, some alligator clips, banana plugs, and banana socket binder posts. And depending on the version you're going to want to build, you're going to need something to keep it in. And that can be either a suitably sized electronics project box, a plastic ammo case, or the tactical ammo case with a lift-out tray. That's about 2.5 times the volume of the smaller box, and the tray is long enough to hold several sections of 9-inch easy track segments and supplies, and you can also put some extra storage in the flip-up lid. I could show you a comparison of these at the end of the show. So let's get cooking. The first thing you're going to want to do is mark, locate, and drill the appropriate size holes where necessary for the various components. If you choose not to use the NCE faceplate that comes with the power cab, use files to square up the holes for the RJ12 jacks on the front and for the USB-B end of the interface board on the rear. Install your power control panel, the 2 binder posts, and the coaxial power jack in the appropriate holes. This is the front of my version 1 that I built in 2011. I elected not to use the NCE faceplate that came with it because it was approximately the same height as the project box itself, and I wouldn't be able to use the mounting holes provided with it. Plus, I also like the way that the PCP mounted flush with the front of the box. I labeled everything at the time just to make sure that when I loaned this to the club, because they used it several times, that they connected stuff to the right places. Solder your wires to the lugs on the binder post and the coaxial power jack, and make the connection to the appropriate places on the PCP using the screw terminals on the modular plug and also to the coaxial power plug. The maximum size wire that will fit into these devices is 16 gauge. So this is what the inside of version 1 looks like. On the left, you can see how the power comes in at the upper left and goes down to the lower right, and then the track power comes out of the PCP in the upper right of the board, upper left of the board, and goes to the upper right of the project box. The USB interface board is held in place by a piece of 060 styrene, which is shaped to fit inside the ribs of the box and support the board. The rectangular section that's missing out of the bottom of the divider here is glued to the back side of this underneath the notch, and it acts as a shelf to support that end of the board. You're also going to need to make that short cable for between the PCP and the USB interface. Cut a short length of the one end of the flat cable that came with your power cab, a little bit more than the space between the PCP and the USB interface. Strip about 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch of the outer jacketing off of both of the cut ends of the flat cable using the RJ crimp tool. And crimp a new RJ12 on both ends of the cut ends, being careful to install them in a proper orientation according to the instructions on the following screen. This cable really only needs 4 conductors, so if you had an old phone cable laying around with an RJ11 plug, you could make one of those instead. But for this purpose, I didn't need a 7-foot long throttle cord. So here's what the proper pinout for the flat cable looks like. These are data cables, which means that the wires run straight through from end to end, and the polarity is the same on both ends, unlike a phone cord where the polarity is reversed. Using the diagram, crimp a new RJ12 on as shown. These clips need to be on opposite sides of the flat cable. Look for the rib that runs down one side, and before crimping it, make sure that the clips are on opposite sides of that rib. Another way to verify that the polarity is correct is to look at the colors of the individual cable wires through the window of the clear plug right here. The color should be in the same order from left to right when the clip is facing down. In this case, the blue wire is always on the right, as long as the clip is facing down. You're also going to need to make your track power cables. Use a suitable length and a 16 gauge wire. About 3 feet is suggested, but you're going to need to make it as long as you need. Strip a short section of the insulation off of each end and solder a banana plug on one end and one of the insulator alligator clips to the other. Because of the AC-like digital signal that goes to the rails, having different colors for the wires, banana plugs, and binder posts isn't critical. Next, configure the USB interface board. Set the jumpers for the proper baud rate for your version of the power cab according to the instructions that came with the interface board. For information about the various configurations that you can use on your interface, you can visit this link at the USB information station. The current version of the power cab software is version 1.65b. It contains a significant number of upgrades over the previous version of the software, which was 1.28. When you plug in your power cab, it will tell you what version the software it is using. In the event that you need or want the latest version of the software, you can order a replacement chip for about $30 from the NCE link below. At this point, you're almost done, and you can make the connections between the box and the computer and connect the wall wart to 110 power and the power cab to the box using the flat cord, but it has to be in the left port of the PCP as long as the LED is on the bottom. If by some chance you happen to install the PCP upside down and the LED is on the top, plug the flat cord into the right port. If the LED does not light, power will not be going to the track. And you have to use the flat cord in the proper port in order to produce track power. The flat cord has 6 conductors in it and carries the track power from the internal command station. The coil cord that came with it only has 4 wires in it. When you're all done with the project, you can put it into one of these smaller ammo boxes. Everything will fit except for the track. The larger tactical boxes that I showed earlier and will show at the end weren't available when I purchased these. The smaller boxes I found at Harbor Freight. I had a coupon that was good for up to 6 for less than $4 a piece. At the time, I didn't know what I would use them for, but for $4, I was pretty sure that I would find a use for them. I'd built the project long before and had stored it in the original power cab box. But once I found that everything fit nicely into the ammo case, I went to that and was quite satisfied with the results. Several years later, I built a second version in 2019. I'd seen a like new power cab on eBay at a too good to pass up, buy it now price. I really didn't need it, but it was a bargain. And if I figure if I couldn't use it, I could either sell it to a club member or put it on the sale table at one of our open houses. I was working on earning my author certificate in the achievement program and thought writing about building one of these projects would be a good article to submit for publication. I wrote it, and it was published in the February 2020 NMRA magazine, and I earned half the points towards my author certificate for writing it. And here's a picture of the published article. Version 2 uses the ammo case as a project box. And even though I could have easily cut one slot for the PCP and used the faceplate, I chose the individual holes version in order to mount the PCP as low as possible in order to maintain the maximum storage capacity of the box. Construction is essentially the same as version 1 with only some very slight differences. Because there's no ribbed section inside the box like the project box, I used standoffs. The only ones that the electronics store happened to have were for 1 inch. But in this picture here, you can see basically that it's the same as the other version. Power goes in on one side, comes out on the other, and then the interface board is connected. In this particular case, you can see it is mounted upside down. So make sure that you set those jumpers on your PC, on your interface board before you install it and screw the thing down. On the sides of the box are 2 1/4-inch plywood strips from some scrap that I had lying around the workshop. I double-sided tape them to the side of the box to act as a support for a false floor. False floor just sits in there on top of these supports. It is easily removable in case I have to get into the bottom of the box for some maintenance. Same picture, just with the false floor that goes right in on top. And like version 1, everything fits inside, except again for the track. But with the false floor and some additional cables and an extension cord in this one, that's why it appears to be more full. So how do they work? Well, the club has used my version 1 for several years on a test track at our annual open house for customers who wanted to see a locomotive run before they purchased it at our equipment sale. In the fall of 2019, I attended the regional convention in Syracuse and brought both of the versions of my project for a clinic on speed matching. The presenter asked that each participant bring a computer, the command station from the DCC system that they were using, and also the necessary components and cables for them, along with 2 locomotives to speed match. And just because of that Boy Scout thing, I wanted to be prepared and have a spare just in case one of them didn't work. Well, in this particular case, one participant forgot to bring some of the components for his system, so I let him use one of my setups. They both worked great, and I received many favorable comments about them. So let's put it to use. First things first, if you don't already have it on your computer, you're going to need to download and install Java from the website below. Then download the drivers for the USB interface so it works with your computer. You can get them at this link from the NCE Zendesk. You're also going to need to download JMRI, a Java Model Railroad interface for your computer from the JMRI website here. It's a free program. JMRI is also an open source project that's always evolving to help model railroaders control their layouts with computers without having to design a system by scratch by themselves. And there are several elements to JMRI, which makes it quite a powerful program. They include Decoder Pro, Panel Pro, Operations Pro, Sound Pro, and Dispatcher Pro. And you can check those links out on the website above. So once JMRI is installed on your computer, you're going to run the program. Now, some of my antivirus programs may flag it as potentially unsafe, and this is because of the open source nature of the program. I've never had any issues with the downloads or updating for current releases over the years. And as long as you're comfortable with proceeding with the installation, go for it. Now, depending on how computer savvy you are, either download the latest production release, and that's the most stable version of the program, and it is recommended for first-time users. And production releases happen about twice a year. Or if you're a little bit more adventurous, you can choose the latest test release. Now, test releases happen roughly monthly, and they're working on creating the next production release from suggestions or improvements, requests for additional features, or bug fixes from the users of this group's IO message board that appears at this link. Now, the people here are very helpful. If you ever have any questions about how JMRI works, there's some quite knowledgeable people and developers on this group that can help get you through your issues. So this is what the JMRI website looks like when you open it up. Now we're going to concentrate on opening the latest production release, and that's the one that's circled in the lower left. The latest test release is over on the right. And as you can see here, version 4.22, which is the latest production release, was released on March the 1st. However, several days later, they started working on the test release that they're working on now. So when you open the production release screen, it comes to here, has some notes that you can read, and the 3 downloads for the versions of the operating system that you use, whether it be OS for Mac, Windows, or Linux. Now, while you don't need it for this particular project, if you're interested in learning how JMRI works and some other things that you can do with it, you can download the program CATS, which stands for a Computer Automated Traffic System. And it's a really cool overlay that works with JMRI for signal logic and operation support for CTC signaling and train control. And you can check it out at this link. So now we're going to configure your computer to work with JMRI. Open the Decoder Pro from the screen and click through each of the pop-up boxes until you see the all entry screen that looks like this. Select the Edit tab and then Preferences and Connections. Using the pull-down menus, select NCE, NCE USB, the serial port which the USB cable is connected to, and the program should suggest which one. In my particular case here, it's COM4. Then select Power Cab, and unless your USB is very old, select version 7.x.x, as this is the most recent version. The most recent version of the board has probably been out for about 10 to 12 years at this point, so version 6 is rather old. Also set the baud rate under the additional connections settings by clicking in the box to open up the screen below, and based on the jumper settings of your USB interface by clicking that box. I happen to use 19,200 baud. The default is 9,600. Remember to click that Save button at the bottom of the screen to establish the connection. Note that the text color in the lower left corner of the all entry screen has now changed from red to green, confirming the connection was made. Next, Select Edit, Preferences. Now choose Defaults and click all of the circles to select NCE rather than internal. Press the Save button again, and if asked to restart JMRI, do it. If you're new to JMRI for the time being, you can skip over the other preferences for now. As you become more familiar with what it can do, you can explore and edit these as necessary. And remember to click Save button and restart JMRI as asked to activate those changes. So let's read a locomotive decoder. Make sure that the programming track circle is filled in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, and there's a locomotive on your test track. Press the New Loco button in the upper left. Now, I don't often use programming on the main, but it may be necessary for MTH DCS decoders and also some from BLI, as they tend to behave a bit differently. The Edit Only circle will allow you to make changes to the text on the roster entry in the All Entries screen, but it doesn't affect any of the decoder settings. Press the Read type from decoder so the program can determine the brand of the decoder it is dealing with. And you can leave the All circle filled in for now. The program will do a quick read, and based on the data that's returned, will offer a choice of decoders that the program thinks is in the locomotive. There may be several different models to choose from that use the same software. It's always best to choose the exact decoder model if you can and choose it. In the upper right corner, you'll see the word Direct circled. That's the fastest mode of programming. However, you may sometimes need to select either paged or register mode for other decoders, as they tend to read and write slowly. So in this particular example, the program read the decoder and it determined it could be any of these from NCE, plus more that scrolled off the bottom of the list. Since I happened to install the decoder, I knew that it was a D13J, so I'm going to select that one. If you don't know what specific decoder is in your locomotive and you don't want to open it up to find out, you can guess or just select any one of them. I haven't had any issues selecting any one at random when I did this at the club, but I would suspect that identifying the correct decoder model is best for record keeping. But in this particular case, since it's not a sound decoder, I don't think it makes much of a difference. Once you select the particular decoder model, this screen will pop up. You can enter the basic data here, but I prefer to do it in the next step. So press the Open Comprehensive Programming bar on the lower right corner. You're going to enter an ID for your locomotive. A good ID would include the road name and cab number, but also include the type of locomotive it is, just in case you happen to have two different locomotive models with the same road name and number. But use the system that works for you. For example, at the Rochester Model Railroad Club, we roster a lot of different locomotives for all of our members, and we happen to have in the club 2 locomotives with the number 510 for the Lehigh Valley. So in one particular case, we entered it as an FTA, and the other model is a U23B. Now, some members have the identical model, so what we will do is we will append their initials to the end of the description in the ID field. Now, all ID fields must be unique. So here I filled in the rest of the particular screens for the locomotive that I'm programming, the CNJ Alco RS3. You can put any comments you need into the comments box about the locomotive, maybe where you bought it from, how much it cost, or some other details like that. Or if you need to put in some information about the decoder, you can enter it in the second box. Press the Save to Roster button to create the entry. So here you can see that the roster entry has been created. Note that the date and timestamp and the ID, but the software only knows at this point, so that's a D13 decoder. Let's read the rest of it and see what the settings are. First, select the Basic tab. This is the default information from the initial read. Press the Read Full Sheet to get the rest of the settings. Since this is a new decoder that I just put in, the only information that changed was it found out that the manufacturer was an NCE, and that's identified by number 11. And the software version that's on the decoder is 3.8, which translates into 38. Different manufacturers and will also have different version numbers. So I want to make this locomotive run on the long address, and I want it to run under 1540. I want it to run in the normal direction, so I don't have to change that. But I do want to disable the ability to run under DC power, so that's been disabled. Making the changes here will modify CV 17, 18, and 29. And if I change the primary address, which is currently 3, CV1 would also be modified. Press the right full sheets to send that information to the decoder. The colors of the fields will change as the new settings are written. If any of them remain red, there was an error and they were not changed. This is usually due to a poor connection between the track and the decoder. Some gentle wiggling of the locomotive from side to side on the track will usually work. If not, clean the track, the locomotive wheels, and try again. When the writing is done, OK will appear at the bottom of the screen in the center. Next, select the CVs tab. The value fields that are in white were read in the previous step and are now stored in Decoder Pro. Let's read the rest of them. Click the Read All Sheets button at the bottom of the screen, and the colors will change from yellow to white, and the state box will say red instead of edited. If they are successfully read, and they will turn red if not, usually for the reasons that I previously mentioned. When complete, OK will appear at the bottom of the screen. The sound decoder will take longer to read as there are more CVs associated with them. Click the Roster Entry tab to go back to the entry and save those settings that you just downloaded by clicking the Save to Roster button. When you click the Save to Roster button, the Date Modified field will change and will indicate that the save was successful. If you want to start over from scratch, click here at the Reset to Defaults button, and the decoder will be reset to its factory defaults, but it won't affect the text anywhere else on the screen. Now that you have the initial settings of the decoder saved, you can make your changes. Make any of them that you need to the various tabs as you explore the different tabs, and click the Write to Changes to Sheet button. The locomotive will kick along the track as the changes are written back to the decoder. If any of those fields happen to turn red, the change wasn't written and likely caused by the previously mentioned issues. Go back to the Roster tab, click Save to Roster button if you're satisfied with the changes that you've made. So let's take a look at some of these other tabs. The Motor tab can be used to set or adjust CVs 3 and 4 for acceleration and deceleration momentum, respectively, and also CV65 to adjust the torque rate and kick strength. Enter a number in the box to make the adjustments. A 0 value means that the feature isn't being used, and whatever the decoder initially provides is what you're going to get. However, you can adjust this with the acceptable values of 1 to 255. The greater the value, the longer the locomotive will take to either start moving and reach full speed or slow down and eventually stop. Just be careful that you don't set these rates too high, because bad things can happen, especially if someone isn't expecting the momentum to be enabled when they're expecting to stop a lot sooner than the locomotive is actually taking to do so. And torque, kick rate, and strength sets a little extra oomph to get that motor turning, how strong it is, and how fast that jolt is being delivered. The Basic Speed Control tab is used for fine-tuning CVs 2, 5, and 6 for the starting, high, and mid-range voltage to control speeds. You can either enter a value into each box, or you can use the sliders from left to right and make those adjustments. A 0 value means that you're not using those features, and the acceptable values are from 1 to 255. However, you're going to want to make sure that they go in increasing value. If you wind up setting the middle one too high, you're going to ramp up and then you're going to immediately start ramping down again. I happen to have another CNJ RS3 that I intend to run as a pair with this one. So the V mid and V high were adjusted so both of them will run at roughly the same speed at each speed step. And I set that starting voltage at 20 so it would start to move at speed step 1. This is commonly known as three-point speed matching. Speed table can be used to fine-tune the speed curve by modifying CVs 67 through 94. And in case you were wondering, there just happened to be 28 steps between 67 and 94. And there are a variety of different curve shapes that can be applied to adjust the speed setting to your preference. Now, in this particular case, it's indicating that it's a straight line method, but you can change it so that it starts off slow and curves up a lot later, or it could ramp up very quickly and then reach maximum speed and stable off. To use the speed table, you won't be using CVs 2, 5, and 6. So clicking the Use Speed Table circle will modify CV29 to use the speed table rather than the 3-point speed settings. Function mapping allows you to assign which functions will control which outputs. This can come in handy if you want to reassign certain function buttons for other things, especially if you have some extra lighting functions. If you have sound units with extra lighting, you may also need to change which function buttons on the function labels tab. The lighting tab will allow you to select how you want the particular outputs to behave. Clicking on within each box will open up a pull-down menu for various effects. And the various effects in this particular case are a standard on or off, a firebox flicker, a Mars light, rotary beacon, gyro light, a double strobe, one particular strobe, or one that alternates with the strobe A. You could also set a ditch hold light time in the box. You could also choose the direction that you want the feature to operate in, whether it be forward, reverse, or both, and whether or not the locomotive happens to be driving an incandescent bulb or an LED with a resistor. The consist tab allows you to set the advanced consist address in CV19 for the particular locomotive if you often run certain locomotives together all of the time. If you select a particular locomotive to run in reverse, the program will automatically add 128 to the value of CV19 and write that value to the decoder. I usually don't use this as I prefer to build my consists on the fly as I need them on the main through the throttle. The pull-down boxes will also allow you to set what functions you want to operate using the consist address or the locomotive address. And what you select here will modify CVs 21 and 22 to have the headlights and functions 1 through 8 operate as desired, either using the consist or locomotive address. Sound decoders can have additional tabs, in this particular case, such as sound, sound levels, alternate sound levels, an equalizer, a digital dynamic exhaust, reverb, and automatic sound controls, and other specialty tabs depending on the manufacturer and features available on that particular decoder. Use the pull-down menus or sliders to change the settings. For sound levels, you can set the volumes of the various sounds by either entering a number into the box or adjust the sliders from left to right. You're almost done. Since you've saved all the settings that were currently on the decoder, you can experiment with making those changes using those other tabs, using the pull-down menus, sliders, or checkboxes in plain English. The software knows what CVs to modify. Click the right changes to sheet and send those to the decoder. And until you click that Save to Roster button, you still have the previous settings to go back to if you don't like the changes that you've made. Some other things that you can do is on the bottom right-hand screen, you can see that there are tabs for Program, Labels and Media, and Throttle. For programming, If you want to make changes to the locomotive that's already in a roster, and in this particular case, there's only one, you can click the Program tab and it will bring up the roster entry field. Make those changes that you need, click the Write Changes to Sheet, and remember to click the Save to Roster button entry before exiting. You could also double click on the roster entry line to open it. For labels and media, function labels will allow you to name the various function buttons on a virtual computer-based throttle, including tablets or cell phones, instead of having to remember what that function actually does. So instead of seeing F1, the button will display bell, F2, horn, F3, short horn, and so on. And roster media will display a picture of the locomotive in the roster entry in the icon field right up here and in the computer-based throttle, as well as down here in this box. So here's what the function label screen looks like. And since this is only a basic decoder and the only function I'm going to be able to control here is the headlight, so that's the only one that I've labeled. However, if this were a sound decoder with extra functions, or I added additional lighting for this particular locomotive, I could label them as well. Here's the function labels for a unit that has sound, and as you can see, all of the functions that are active are labeled. You might also need to make those changes on the function map if applicable. And roster media will display a picture of the locomotive on the roster entry and the computer-based throttle. Just remember to keep the size of the picture small as not to overwhelm the program when it loads. When I initially took the pictures, the files were well over 4 megs each, but by reducing its size to 20% through photo editing software, I reduced the file size to a more manageable 300K. Just drag and drop the image from whatever file you have it stored and click the Save to Roster button to make it part of the entry. When I did this at the Rochester Model Railroad Club when I first started, I didn't know that there was a size restriction on the photos. And since we rostered well over 400 locomotives for the various members and the club itself, the program took forever to load, like well in advance of a half an hour. Once we resize the pictures, it loads up lickety-split right now. So once you drag the boxes, drag the images into the boxes on the screen, it will look like this. Now both boxes don't need to have the same image in it. Click that Save to Roster on the Roster Entry tab and make it part of the entry. And this is what it'll look like. Now what about that button on the bottom that says Throttle? Well, let's click on it and find out. Throttle will display the picture of the locomotive from the roster on your computer-based throttle, if there is one, and store it on the roster entry and allow you to completely control the locomotive from your mouse through the touchpad on a smartphone or on a tablet without having to hold the actual throttle in your hand. You can control your speed from here. You can do a rapid stop, change direction, operate any of the functions, or if you need to make any adjustments on the fly, you can click the Program button and you'll open up the roster entry. As you become more familiar with what JMRI is and does, you can explore the other elements of the program and see how you can adapt them to what it can do for your railroad. And remember, it's all free. In Panel Pro, you can design and operate virtual panels and control turnouts and show track occupancy and more. Operations Pro can create switch lists and maintain rolling stock roster and even more. But these are topics for other clinics presented by other people at some other time that I'd love to attend and learn to use and implement. Now, did you like this project? And do you like going to operating sessions on other model railroads as much as I do? Well, you might want to pack a to-go kit with equipment and supplies that you might need for a session, like I did. Check out my article entitled My Ops Box that was published in the February 2021 issue of NMRA magazine to see what I included in mine. That's the end, folks. Does anybody have any questions?
Very nice. Yeah, and we do have some questions.
Okay.
Do you know if there are other handheld DCC products on the market, like the Power Cap?
What's that? Do I know if there are any other brands?
Yes.
Well, I know this is, I guess, specifically for NCE. Of the 4 clubs that I've been involved with in my life, they've been 3 of the 4 have chosen to use NCE products. I'm sure that you could probably adapt something similar from the JMRI side to the other brands, but I have no knowledge of using any of them. You know, being that we're here in Rochester, I mean, NCE is 10-minute ride from my house, so that's the popular brand. However, I tend to find out going out toward the Syracuse area and also toward the Buffalo, they tend to use Digitrax a little bit more. But around here, NCE is king.
Okay. We have one participant that says, when, excuse me, when I do the read type from decoder, 20 decoders light up. Which one do I use?
Okay. All right. Say that question again. When you do read from decoder,
20 decoders light up. Which one do I use?
you got to scroll through them and find the one that is the best choice, because the software is the same, but some of the functions may be a little bit differently. You could use a universal type decoder, but if you're putting the decoder in a diesel locomotive, you obviously don't want to choose the sounds that go for steam. You got to scroll through the choices that are there and choose the one that fits the best.
Roger. How often do you update your version of JMRI?
Well, like I said, the test releases, come out relatively frequently. The production releases roughly every 6 months. So at least every 6 months to the production version. But I'll go down and, if I just, check for updates if I happen to be in it. And if it's there, I'll download one.
Okay. This one says Soundtrax has a booster to connect to a programming track to help program sound decoders. Have you ever had trouble programming sound decoders and have a need for the booster?
Well, I've only really dealt with only few sound decoders to this far. I haven't had any issues with them. However, at the club, and we do use the one that's on the club system, we do have a programming booster on it. But because that's a standalone system, it's required.
Okay. And I think that's all the questions. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Is there a way to get a copy of the slides?
Where did I get a copy of?
I think somebody's asking if they can get a copy of the slides.
Well, there is a PDF available. I can send it to you. Use that email address that's at the end. It'll be lakeshoresnmra@gmail. And I can send you a PDF version of the presentation that'll have all of the links on it. As a beginning, I did promise that I would show a couple of things. This is the original version, and that faceplate was about the same size of this box. So because there's a seam that runs right here, the screw would have gone right into it. And I also didn't want the screw on the bottom to come out through the bottom of the box. So I kind of like the way that it looks nice and smooth across the front with it nice and flush. If you choose a larger box, you may not need to do that. And I also wanted to do that with the other version here as well. It just looks nice and smooth going right through the front. And everything just fits nice and tight in the back. And here's how the two box sizes compare to each other. This is the smaller one that was, I had a coupon for less than $4 for them. It works great, but this is the larger tactical box. It has storage in the lid that you can put extra tools in if you need it. And then the lift out tray that's on the inside will store quite a bit. And the inside of the case is actually quite cavernous. You could fit a lot of stuff in here. And as you can see, there's the sections of, there's got to be at least 7 sections of Easy Track in here that you could create a nice test track. I mean, the bottom of this thing is huge. I think these boxes were like $8.
Very cool. Can't beat that for price. I don't think you can buy a toolbox at the hardware store for that.
Yeah. So, yeah, if anybody wants to reach out and with an email, I'd be happy to send you a PDF of the presentation you just saw.
All right, and then one final question: if you could just repeat for us the issues that your articles were in.
Okay, they were both in February. The one on this particular project was February of 2020, and my most recent one was February of 2021.
And that's in the NMRA magazine.
Yes, titled My Ops Box.
Roger on that. Very good. Okay, Ed. Thank you very much. It was most interesting. I know I learned some stuff. I think I'm going to have to start dealing with JMRI a little bit. I've used it in the past, but I haven't used it recently. But it certainly looks like it would make life a lot easier once you start programming the decoders. So
the more you use it, the better you get.
I'll definitely be looking into that. I will mention that we use CATS on the hub divisions layout to control our signal system, and it's great. We have.
Oh yeah, I've seen it used. It's fantastic for those that are using it. I've been down to the Lehigh and Keystone Valley Railroad in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. They've got a 5,000 square foot layout on 2 decks. The thing's enormous, and it's really well done. They use CATS down there. New York Society of Model Engineers use it also on their layout. I know some other clubs that have used it as well, and even some private layouts. It's a really cool feature.
It is. The hub division started several years ago to install a signal system on the modular layout, and I'm not going to go into all the details here because I don't understand it all myself. But the committee, when we got together to start talking about that, one of the things that I was very interested in was that the signal system be able to handle correct signals. And in our case, it would have been NERx signals. And that was simply because I was an engineer. And if we're going to put signals on the layout, I wanted to have something I understood. And it does a fine job of that. It has all the different signal combinations that you could want. For the guys that aren't really into signals on our layout, I just tell them, look, if it's all red, stop. If it's got yellow, slow, and if it's got green in it, go. But
if it isn't all red, it isn't red at all.
That's correct. Yep, that's the way they teach it.
There's a signaling system on the Garden State Model Railway down in North Haledon, New Jersey. One of the guys there built essentially the system is himself, and it works real well. It's cool. Up here in Rochester, we keep talking about signals, but there's enough other stuff to keep us busy in the time being, and I think we have to solve a bunch of sins of the past in order to make it functional to the way it's supposed to be. You know, the layout's been in its current location for over 30 years from DC, so some sins of the past need to be corrected in order to make a signaling system work properly.
Yep.
A lot of legacy wiring under there that needs to be straightened out.
Certainly. All right. Well, thank you very much. It was a great presentation. I enjoyed it, and I'm sure all the people watching did as well. And I think that brings us to the end of tonight's program. To the end of NERx for 2021. We all hope that you have enjoyed the past 2 evenings as much as we've enjoyed bringing them to you. And now it's time to move on to our next event, Mill City 21.
That's right.
And as mentioned earlier, we have the same hotel in Westford in Massachusetts and expect to have most of the same activities that we were planning for the one that we had to postpone from last fall. Dates are October 8th to the 11th, 2021, Columbus Day weekend. Registration is scheduled to start on May 1st, so keep your eyes on the new website, millcity21.org. I'd like to take a minute to thank all the folks that helped make this a successful event, all of our clinicians, all of our layout folks that submitted layout videos, and also to the production crew, Speed, Gordy, Brad, and Matt. Without you guys, obviously we couldn't have done this. So many thanks to you guys. I know you put in a lot of time on this and we do appreciate it. Yep. So we'll see you at the next one, and good night for now.
Yep. See you in Mill City.
Yep. See you in Mill City. Oh, and one for John.